Entertainment and Sports Network.
A resounding win in the opener of a three-game series in Seattle last night got the Yankees headed back in the right direction. Tonight, as they get set for Game 2 of the series, they hope that their big lefty, CC Sabathia, can get headed back in the right direction as well. We are all set for baseball as the Yes Network presents New York Yankees baseball. It's the Yankees against the Seattle Mariners in the middle game of a three-game series at Safeco Field in Seattle, Washington. As always, hope you're having a great night. We welcome you, Bob Lorenz, along with John Flaherty. Well, the Yankees really got things going in the opener of the series with a bang. I mean that quite literally. A 7-2 win, including a 5-run fifth. You don't see that often against Felix Hernandez.
Well, anytime you face Felix Hernandez, you are going to have your hands full. Last night, Mark Teixeira, the one hitter who has done some damage 5 times against Hernandez, that changes because that's home run number 6 in his career, a grand slam in the 5th inning, blowing this game open for the New York Yankees. You can see how excited his teammates are, and you're right, Bob, a very nice win.
Texas having a terrific season, including the power numbers. 15 homers, 39 runs batted in. He leads the Yankees in homers, RBI, and slugging percentage, and those 39 runs batted in now are tied for the American League lead with Josh Donaldson. Meantime, last night we had that marquee pitching matchup, King Felix against Pineda. Tonight couldn't be more different in terms of the career spectrum as we take a look at the pitching matchup brought to you by People's United Bank N.A. See what know-how can do for you. The lefty Mike Montgomery just called up from AAA, making his major league debut against the Yankees tonight. And meantime for CC Sabathia Flash, coming off that mixed bag outing against the A's. 4 scoreless innings, he had a 3-0 lead, then it all began to unravel.
Yeah, you think back to his last start, and you're right, the 4 innings were quality. He struck out 4 in that ball game, and the bottom line, he shows you signs of a pitcher who can get on a run. He can locate his fastball. The breaking ball has been quality, but at the end of the day, he seems to make one mistake. This is it in that game, a 2-run shot to Brett Lawrie that tied the game up. He had a 3-0 lead in that game, and he gave it back. Has to find a way to eliminate the mistakes.
What the Yankees hope they get tonight is not the CC that's lost his last 2 to Oakland and Texas, that pitched lights out. That's the one they want in wins against Tampa Bay and Kansas City. By the way, he is 8-1 in his career at Safeco in 11 career starts. But when we come back, Meredith Marakovits takes a look at that marquee pitching matchup last night in which Michael Pineda ended up being king for a day in the home of the King's Court.
success in Seattle. They've now won 6 straight at Safeco Field. Hey everyone, I'm Meredith Marakovits. Last night was a big win for several reasons. First of all, the offense got back on track, but Michael Pineda also had a very solid pitching performance. It was his first time back here in Seattle since being traded by the Mariners after the 2011 season, and he sure did impress. He went 6 shutout innings before running into some trouble in that 7th inning. He walked 2, struck out 9 in the process. Take a look at what his former friend, teammate, and mentor Felix Hernandez did. He's known as one of the best in the game. However, he just didn't have it last night. It was all about Big Mike.
Oh, I'm sure it was great. You know, anytime you come in and face your former team, there's a little bit extra energy, and he really controlled his emotions and pitched great tonight. It was exactly what we needed.
My first year in the majors, so I understand around to Phillies, and I learned a lot from him. And tonight I'm pitching versus him, and it's a really good game,
When you're playing a guy like him, you just got to go out there and really try to grind, and you scratch a couple runs across, you feel pretty good, and then obviously we got the big blow, but those things don't happen very often with that type of pitcher. So good win for us.
Well, you have to beat good pitchers. There's a lot of them out there these days. So we didn't score a lot of runs in Oakland, but this was a good outburst for our team, and hopefully it'll continue.
Plenty more to come here on the Yes Network. John Flaherty and Bob Lorenz coming your way next with lineups. First pitch baseball right here on Yes.
Center by Remax. Nobody sells more real estate than Remax. And by Blimpie. Try one of the new oven-fired artisan flatbread sandwiches. Blimpie, America's sub shop. Well, the Yankees, with their win last night, have won their 6th straight game at Safeco Field, dating back to June of 2013. You take a look at Felix Hernandez, not able to navigate his way through the Yankees lineup last night. Now let's take a look at tonight's Yankees starting lineup, presented by Lexus. It begins with Brett Gardner leading off in center field. Chris Young is the left fielder tonight, batting second. Alex Rodriguez will DH and hit third. Mark Teixeira's at first base, batting cleanup. Chase Headley is at third base, batting fifth tonight. Carlos Beltran batting sixth in right field. Jose Perella is the second baseman, batting seventh. John Ryan Murphy will do the catching of CC Sabathia and bat eighth. And Stephen Drew moved over to shortstop. He rounds out the Yankees order and bats ninth.
Well, a different lineup tonight for Joe Girardi and the Yankees, and they're going to have a different assignment. It's not Felix Hernandez tonight. It's Mike Montgomery making his major league debut. Those are the numbers in AAA Tacoma. 4-3, 3.74. We'll look at our pitcher scouting report brought to you by your Tri-Honda dealers. He was a first-round pick in 2008 for the Kansas City Royals, his 8th pro season and his big league debut, and he gets the opportunity because James Paxton is injured in their rotation, and word on the street, an above-average changeup from Mike Montgomery.
Well, he becomes the first pitcher to start against the Yankees in his major league debut since Boston's Anthony Renato beat them at Fenway Park on August 1st of last year. So Brett Gardner is getting set in the box, and we're getting set to go here in Game 2 of a 3-game series from Safeco Field. Gardner comes into this one 0 for his last 19 against left-handers, and will try and change that leading off tonight. First pitch, outside part of the plate, it's in 0-1.
Well, I mentioned what a different night it is for the Yankee lineup. Last night against Felix Hernandez, you know exactly what you're going to get. Fastball, curveball, changeup, all three of the pitches above average. Montgomery, got to kind of feel him out a little bit.
Gardner quickly behind 0-2. Gardner, a productive night last night, a single and a run scored in the 4th on a wild pitch. That was the first scored against Felix Hernandez, and then part of that 5-run 5th, he walked and scored. 0-2 pitch misses, 1-2. Got him swinging there. Little foul tip, but was it in the dirt? The answer is yes. Home plate umpire Mike DeMiro saying he got a piece of it, and it bounced in the dirt, so Gardner stays alive.
Well, all the Yankees are in the dugout going to be paying attention to Montgomery. The first off-speed pitch looked like a slider. Brett Gardner maybe got a little tip.
And ground ball left side. The shortstop has it on the first. That'll do it. One away here in the first. That is Willie Bloomquist at short. So let's take a look at the defense presented by Geico. And around the infield, why don't we stay there? Kyle Seager, Willie Bloomquist, Robbie Cano, and Logan Morrison. Left to right in the outfield, Justin Ruggiano, Austin Jackson, and Nelson Cruz. And behind the plate, Mike Zunino. That'll bring up Chris Young getting the start tonight in left field. Ramon Flores had gotten the last 3 starts out there. Chris Young comes into this one at 223, 6 home runs, 13 runs batted in. Lifts that one out to left field. Ruggiano is underneath it, 2 away. Let's take a look at the game time weather presented by Bigelow Tea. You see the roof is on at Safeco Field on a night in which it's 63 degrees, wind blowing at 10 miles per hour, and the chance for some light showers in this game. Last night the game began with the roof open, and then the rains began to fall, and they closed it. Took about 15 minutes, though, and at that point, it seemed like the mound had gotten a little messy, and it may have affected Felix Hernandez.
Yeah, you think back to last night, Hernandez was amazing for the first 3 innings. Looked like he was going to be perfect. And then all of a sudden, right, a little damp mound, a little problem with the spikes, and it all fell apart in the 4th and the 5th.
Here's Alex Rodriguez, comes in at 282, 11 homers, 27 runs batted in. First pitch swinging and a foul ball. He was on base a couple times last night with a walk and a single, and scored a run in that 5th. Riding an 11-game hitting streak in which he's 16 for 40. That's 400 batting average with a home run and 5 runs batted in. And lifts that one out to right field. Nelson Cruz will have it, and that will do it. So good start for Mike Montgomery in his major league debut as we take it to the bottom of the first. the season. And with that in mind, let's take a look at the Mariners starting lineup. Starts with Austin Jackson in center field tonight. Willie Bloomquist has hit short. Good numbers in his career against CC. 12 for 30. He bats second. Robbie Cano is at second base, batting third. Nelson Cruz in right field, hitting cleanup. Kyle Seager is the third baseman, batting fifth. Ricky Weeks, the DH tonight, hitting sixth. Logan Morrison is at first base, batting seventh. Justin Ruggiano's in left field, hitting eighth. And catcher Mike Zunino rounds out Seattle's order.
That lineup for the Mariners going to go to work against CC Sabathia, looking to get back on track, and we'll look at his numbers on the year. His 11th start, 2-7, 5.67 ERA, and our pitcher scouting report brought to you by your Tri-Honda dealers. Last time out against Oakland, had a 3-run lead. He is 70-2 as a New York Yankee with a 3-run lead. So tough to see him give that one up last time. And good numbers here at Safeco, 8-1, 2.09 ERA. And amazingly enough, the one hitter in this lineup, Willie Bloomquist, who owns CC Sabathia, 12 for 30, a 400 batting average. So he gets the opportunity to face Sabathia tonight.
Austin Jackson is a leadoff hitter. A couple hits in last night's series opener. Brian McCann caught him stealing in the second. He's had a little knee issue. He was on the DL for a period of time this season. And out to right field. And down the line, a fair ball. Carlos Beltran will chase it down, but Austin Jackson with his speed into second with a leadoff double.
Well, we talked last night about Seattle, a team that has trouble scoring runs, and last night Logan Morrison, the leadoff guy, just did not look right. Now you have Austin Jackson in the leadoff spot. Looks like a little more balanced lineup tonight.
Let's take a look at the Yankees defense behind CC. It's brought to you by Geico. Chris Young in left, Brett Gardner in center, Beltran in right. Around the infield, Headley, Drew, Pirella, Teixeira, and behind the plate, John Ryan Murphy. And that'll bring up Willie Bloomquist, who, as Flash mentioned, has those great numbers in his career against CC. Jackson's on second with a leadoff double. Bloomquist squares to bunt.
Now, Bob, when I give you some love in a scouting report and Willie Bloomquist, you can't go up there bunting. I mean, you're hitting 400 against this guy.
You want to shout it out of the booth at him? Go ahead. I mean,
well, he is hitting 178 this year, so looking for a productive at bat. We'll see how it all plays out.
Foul ball there, evens a count of 1-1.
That'll wake you up if you're John Ryan Murphy.
Getting the start tonight in place of Brian McCann. There you go, little bell ringer. Good times, right, Flash?
Hits right off the bottom of the mask, and you saw the way he was reacting. Now you'll feel that up in your jaw, up by your ears.
1-1 pitch.
A little surprised when I saw the lineup today. Brian McCann not in there. I know Mike Montgomery, a left-handed pitcher. McCann has been struggling this year against lefties, but he's been swinging a hot bat lately. Joe Girardi going with John Ryan Murphy, teaming him with CC Sabathia, trying to get him back on track.
Maybe figured give McCann a little break, play the day game tomorrow. Ground ball back up the middle. Pirella backhands. And on to first, they got the out, but Jackson moves over to third base with one away.
Whenever you're an extra guy on a club, you love to have the productive at-bats even when you make an out. Bloomquist going up there looking to sack bunt early, and then later on drives one right back up the middle. Pirella has plenty of time to get rid of it, but a productive out from Willie Bloomquist.
And that brings up Robinson Cano. Documented his trouble so far this season. 246 average, 2 home runs, 16 runs batted in. In his career against his former teammate, CC Sabathia, he's 2 for 7 with a homer, 2 runs batted in, a walk and a strikeout. So Jackson's on third with one away, and Cano first pitch swinging and fouls it off.
Now the Yankees are going to play their infield defense back. They will concede the run if Robinson Cano hits a ground ball up the middle. Those numbers, they just don't look right. 246, 2 home runs, 16 RBIs. think about the man on deck, Nelson Cruz, adding some protection in this lineup for Robinson Cano. Expect those numbers to be a lot higher.
Good pitch right there to get the count to 0-2. Well, you see Robbie Cano's last 5 seasons with the Yankees in all kinds of production. Certainly the power numbers were there. Came over here last year with that big 10-year free agent deal. Hit .314. And the production not quite the same once he made the move to Safeco. And it shouldn't surprise many people. Good pitch by CeCe and a strikeout for 2 away.
Well, I think when Robinson Cano came here to Safeco Field, the batting average should have been the same or maybe even a little better because it's such a big field. You expected the power numbers to drop. But he looks like he's pull happy right now. I mean, a couple of breaking balls. We've seen him in his Yankee career go the other way so many times. He's not even close to that slider.
Oh, with 2 away now, and Jackson on third. Brings up Nelson Cruz, the cleanup hitter. His 18 home runs, tied for the major league lead. And CeCe misses with ball 1. He's been wearing out left-handed pitchers this season. A .516 average, and 6 of his 18 home runs have come off lefties.
Well, we'll see how this at-bat plays out with those numbers, and you see the numbers on the year. Fantastic. Sabathia went right at Robinson Cano.
Good breaking ball on the outside part of the plate, 1-1.
I'd expect him to be a little careful with Nelson Cruz, the one hitter in the middle of this lineup. You do not want to beat you. Couple that with the numbers that you talked about, Bob, against lefties. You have a left-handed hitter on deck.
And CeCe tries to go away and misses 2-1. Cruz has been productive this season with runners in scoring position. Got him fishing outside with a nice little change, 2-2.
Good pitch selection and great location. Out of the zone, away and down. Good change up and a fastball count. It's pretty simple when you face Cruz. You throw your fastball, it better be in off the plate. Don't throw for a strike.
Tries to raise the eye level a little bit there with a fastball. Count goes full.
And good idea. John Ryan Murphy setting up inside. You want to elevate it, make sure it's a ball. Do not miss with a fastball out over the plate. They threw a good changeup earlier in the count. Looks like they're going to go with a slider.
Not sure where that pitch was. Looked like it was right on the inside part of the plate, but Mike DeMiro doesn't give it to him, so Cruz draws a 2-out walk, first and third.
Actually a fastball. John Ryan Murphy put down 2, and that actually means a fastball inside. And it's a close pitch. Just talking about you want to miss off the plate. Sabathia does, no big deal. He walks. Now you go to work against a left-handed hitter.
Well, you don't mind losing a guy if you can get the next batter out. Thing about Kyle Seager, he's had a nice little run against the Yankees, 2 for 4 last night over his last 11 against them, batting .381. His numbers on the season, 9 homers, 29 runs batted in. Jackson's on third, Cruz on first, 2 away. And CeCe in with strike 1. Since May 17th, a 15-game span, Seager batting .345 with 5 homers and 10 runs batted in.
Well, this is where Sabathia is at in his career right now. He's got to kind of pick and choose what hitters he wants to attack during a lineup and what hitters he wants to avoid. If I'm Joe Girardi, Larry Rothschild, the pitching coach, I have no problem with him being careful with Cruz.
Big swing and a miss, 0-2.
And early on, it looks like he has that good slider. Robinson Cano saw a few of them. Good one right there to Kyle Seager.
1-2 pitch. Tries to take a lot off that one. See if he'll bite. He doesn't. 1-2.
Tell you what, you're a backup catcher like John Ryan Murphy, and you're trying to get your starting pitcher through this first inning's a little trouble. Make a nice play on a slider exactly where you want it, down out of the zone. That is just perfect technique. Angle of the upper body, deadening the baseball right by home plate. Murphy off to a good start.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Got him. Swing and a miss. And Cece doing a nice job there with that runner getting to third with one away. The Mariners can't push anybody across. Let's go to the top of the second. Scoreless in Seattle. Toyota is the official hybrid vehicle of the Yankees. We've been asking you, are you surprised at how things fell apart for Felix Hernandez last night? And pinstriped BX or Bronx 2, every pitcher has a night when they slip. Credit the Yankees for jumping on those mistakes and making him pay. Follow Yes Network and tweet us your responses using the hashtag Yankees Camry Hybrid to keep the conversation going. Well, they did have him on the ropes last night. Little rope-a-dope. 2 runs in the 4th and then 5 more in the 5th. And that was surprising, but that's a great point, Flash. They had those opportunities. You got to jump on them.
Well, I think the most surprising thing is he looked so good for the first 3 innings.
Shift on, Mark Teixeira, right side. Robbie Cano spins and just got him by a half step, one away.
Well, a nice play by Robinson Cano on Mark Teixeira, who had that big grand slam against Felix Hernandez last night. Batting from the right side, trying to go the other way and beat the shift. Robinson Cano showing some range. And we've seen this plenty of time, the spin and the throw.
Montgomery working on the 4, 5, 6 hitters for the Yanks with 1 away. Here's Chase Headley. Headley's at 255, 6 homers, 24 runs batted in. He's ahead in the count, 2-0.
You give Mike Montgomery a little bit of credit early on, throwing a lot of strikes with his fastball.
Ground ball to the shortstop position. Bloomquist has to move to his left, and he got him 2 away.
Watch Montgomery in his delivery. It looks like he hides the fastball. Doesn't really give the hitter a good look at it. Hides it behind his body and then almost throwing darts right out above his ear. It doesn't overwhelm you with the velocity at about 91, 92, a hit 93. It looks like it plays a little quicker because of his delivery.
Well, in the month of May, down with Tacoma at AAA, never allowed more than 4 earned runs in any of his 5 starts.
It's tough when you have a young pitcher making his major league debut to try to get some information. There's not a whole lot of video. But that's the pitch right there that I had heard about. The changeup was ranked high by Baseball America, the publication who gets into all of those things.
Carlos Beltran out to center field. Austin Jackson racing in, and he won't get there. A 2-out single for Beltran.
right when I start talking about the changeup, Montgomery throws it back-to-back pitches. Just drops it right in front of Jackson in center field. A little two-out knock. Yankees want to get a look at this pitch and the action. It looks like it has good finish down and away out over the plate.
With Beltran on first, here's the number 7 hitter, Jose Perella, playing second base tonight. Looks at ball 1. The Yankees would certainly like to get more production out of the 7th spot on the order. Those batters are 0 for 31. Getting back to when Stephen Drew hit a second inning homer against the Royals on Memorial Day. Got to get something going from this spot in the order.
Well, I would even say the whole bottom of the lineup, Bob. You know, think back to last night's game in the 5th inning when the Yankees kind of blew it open. Drew gets on with a base hit, or with a walk. Flores a base hit, and you're all set up for the top of the lineup. So the Yankees looking for a little bit of the same tonight.
Jose Perella into center field. Austin Jackson will field it on a hop and throw into the shortstop. First and second, 2 away for the Yanks.
Well, really the first time Montgomery has fallen behind in the count, and Perella makes him pay a little 2-0 fastball. Hammers it right back up the middle, and now John Ryan Murphy did a nice job getting Sabathia through that first inning. Now an opportunity here with 2 outs.
Perella breaking that 0 for 31 drought for the number 7 hitters. John Ryan Murphy seen limited action, batting .205, no homers, 3 runs batted in. Opportunity with a runner in scoring position here. Beltran's on second, Perella's on first.
A lot of times with a young pitcher, you pay attention to his pitch selection when he gets in trouble. It'll tell you what his most comfortable pitch is. First pitch to Murphy right there, a changeup.
Murphy is behind in the count, 0-2. The first baseman Logan Morrison playing behind Perella here with 2 outs. Oh, 2 pitch to Murphy. Fastball moves his feet, misses 1-2. Does that set up the changeup outside?
Exactly. If I'm John Ryan Murphy, and you got to start the other day in Oakland, so you have a few at bats recently. But he saw 2 changeups, fastball in to move his feet. I'd expect another changeup out over the plate.
Tries to get there outside part of the plate. Murphy grounds to second, and that will do it. Yankees get a couple singles, but leave those runners stranded. We take it to the bottom of the second, scoreless here in Seattle. Center inspired medicine. And Ivan Nova tossed an extended spring training outing today. 3 innings outside, 2 more indoors. They're coming back from Tommy John surgery and expected to begin a minor league rehab assignment next week. So with that in mind, let's bring in Meredith Marakovits and give us the details on that, Meredith.
Well, Bob, the Yankees are very encouraged by what they've seen from Ivan Nova so far. His velocity is there. He hasn't had any pain in his arm, and they believe that he is going to be back sooner rather than later. Obvious by the fact that next week, as you mentioned, he's going to be starting a rehab assignment. Now, he won't start from scratch. He threw 75 pitches today, so he'll start around that mark. And really the biggest thing Joe Girardi said is making sure he has good command of all of his pitches. A lot of times, guys who are coming off of Tommy John surgery, it takes them a little bit of time to really be able to command their pitches. So he was asked, is he going to need the full 30 days? And Joe Girardi simply said, it depends how he looks and it depends how he feels.
CC Sabathia facing the 6, 7, 8 hitters here in the Mariners lineup, starting with Ricky Weeks. But Joe's got to be optimistic. He's got Tanaka coming back, expected to make the start tomorrow. So he's done with his rehab, and then Nova's getting pretty close as well. And a swing and a miss for Weeks there, 1 and 2.
I think the only way to attack this is to expect a 30-day rehab from Nova. You know, and it sounds, Meredith, like this has been as seamless as could possibly be to this point.
Yeah, he really hasn't suffered any setbacks, which is obviously a good thing. But with him in the starts, they want to make sure he can continue to go out there on the mound and not feel anything the next day. Health is a big thing here, coming back from Tommy John. But really, so far, I spoke with Ivan Nova when we were down in Tampa. He said he felt good. He understands that it's a process, and he needs to take his time. But he is a guy that is hoping to be back on that major league mound real soon.
2-2 pitch coming up to Ricky Weeks. Ground ball to short. Stephen Drew on to first and 1 away. Meredith, want to ask you one other question. Last night, Michael Pineda came back to Seattle, where he was very successful in 2011. Then the trade to the Yankees. He's always so cheerful and feels so good. What did last night's win mean to him?
Well, it meant an awful lot. Obviously, he started here. This place means a lot to him. And he really looked up to Felix Hernandez. And I think that was a big part of it, to be able to go out there on the mound and essentially pitch better than his former teammate, friend, and mentor meant the world to him. And he's really come a long way since being traded to the Yankees. Obviously, he had the shoulder issues and had to battle back from that. But you're really seeing him come into his own this year. He's managed to stay healthy so far. He's really developed that changeup, something that he used to talk to Felix Hernandez about. So all those things, I think, kind of all came into one for Michael Pineda. And then obviously the way the offense got to Felix Hernandez as well. We asked him about that in the postgame, and he just had a huge smile on his face.
Logan Morrison came into this with a 9-game hitting streak, grounds to Teixeira at first, takes it himself, 2 away. And Flash, I ask you, what can a win like that? You lost 3 of 4 at Oakland. You did not hit the ball well in the series finale. Then you're staring Felix Hernandez in the face, and you end up getting to him. How does that change the tone of the rest of the series before you head back to the Bronx?
Well, I think obviously confidence-wise for Joe Girardi's club, it's a nice win. I think more important for that man right there, Michael Pineda, we've talked about how he's kind of graduating to a top-of-the-rotation guy, and one of the big steps was going against one of the best in baseball and matching him 0 for 0. And Pineda did a great job last night in that department.
Here's Justin Ruggiano at 203, 2 homers, 3 runs batted in. CC trying to set down the side in order here in the bottom of the second. And misses there, 2-0. Strike 2-1. Seems to have good command of all of his off-speed stuff tonight.
Well, I would say at this point the slider has been excellent. The changeup has been good. Nice job throwing it in a fastball count right there and gets a swing and a miss.
Missing there, 3-1.
Bite on the slider has been excellent early on in this game.
The 3-1 pitch. It's a fastball, and Ruggiano fouls it away. 3-2. a little higher. Ruggiano doesn't bite, so it's a 2-out walk here in the second. Is that a pitch that just got away from him a little bit?
I think he was trying to go inside and maybe get a strikeout if he could pick it up. Murphy setting up in. Just worked underneath it a little bit.
So Ruggiano's aboard, and that brings up the number 9 hitter, Mike Zunino. Zunino had a rough one in the series opener, struck out 3 times and grounded to short. Slider there in for a strike, 0-1.
I talked about Willie Bloomquist in the Tri-Honda scouting report and big numbers against Sabathia. Zunino has only faced him 3 times, but 3 hits. So obviously picking the ball up well out of CeCe's hand.
Ruggiano's on the move. Murphy down to second, the throw a little high. Ruggiano looked like he was in there initially, but then off the bag, and Pirela makes the tag. So that'll do it here in the bottom of the second inning. The walk to Ruggiano, and then he's caught stealing by Murphy at second. We'll go to the top of the third. Yanks looking to break through against the rookie Montgomery after this. Ryan Murphy had a good throw. We'll show you that in just a second. Stephen Drew leads things off here, the 9-1-2 hitters in the top of the third. Let's take a look at that slide, Flash.
Well, Ruggiano had a great jump and initially beats the play, and then you give Pirela a little bit of credit sticking with it as he goes past the bag.
Drew to second base, and Cano on to first, 1 away. And then the side benefit of that, for if you're CeCe, you don't flip the lineup over yet. You still get to face Mike Zunino, a guy who's been struggling, when you lead things off in the bottom of the third. Scoreless here in Seattle on the Audi scoreboard. 2 hits for the Yanks, a pair of singles last inning, 1 hit for Seattle. Back to the top of the order, and Brett Gardner, who grounded to short in his first at bat. The pitcher Montgomery just called up from AAA, attended Hart High School in Newhall, California. That is the same high school that produced James Shields, now with the Padres, and Trevor Bauer of the Cleveland Indians. And then as far as position players go, Kevin Millar and Todd Zeal also went there, so that's a good program in Newhall.
Montgomery has had an interesting ride getting himself to the big leagues here, his first major league start. I mentioned he was a first-round pick by the Kansas City Royals, was traded to the Tampa Bay Rays in that Will Myers trade. Came over here at the end of spring training.
was a deal that involved another pitcher, Erasmo Ramirez, who's now in the starting rotation for the Rays, with all their injury woes in that starting rotation. 1-2 pitch. Gardner takes a ball, 2-2. Rays are in Anaheim tonight, taking on the Angels once again. A game back in the division. They got Chris Archer on the hill in that one. Archer's got a 2.20 ERA so far. 6th best in the American League. 2-2 pitch. And misses inside, 3-2.
Chris Young on deck, and we'll see how Montgomery navigates his second time through the lineup for the New York Yankees. Did a great job first time through, getting ahead with the fastball. Now we're seeing more off speed. One of the things you always pay attention to with a young pitcher making his first big league start, are there nerves there? Is he erratic? He's throwing the ball over the plate with all of his pitches.
Brett Gardner out to right field and down the line as it curls foul and into the seats.
I think if you look at his body language, looks like he's very comfortable out on the mound. Brett Gardner's going to need a new bat.
If you were catching a guy in his major league debut, and Montgomery's 25, so he's been around, as you mentioned, how involved would you be in trying to keep him settled down? And just because Montgomery's trying to get in a rhythm here.
I think as the catcher Zunino, you follow your pitcher's lead. If he looks comfortable early on, stay out of his way. And obviously, you're getting a read on what pitches he can throw for strikes early on. It looks like everything. But at this point, if you're Zunino, just stay out of the way, keep it a nice rhythm, try to get on the same page. Don't make too much out of this first big league start.
I'm sure it depends pitcher to pitcher, too, but when you start getting guys out, you start getting that feeling like, I could do this. I did it at AAA, but I know I can do it up here now. Even last inning, he gave up a couple 2-out singles, but was able to get out of the inning with no damage. Gardner, did he check his swing? He did. And that is a 1-out walk here in the third.
Well, I'll tell you what, watching Brett Gardner, it looked like he was walking back to his own dugout, because I think he thought that he swung. Tony Rendazzo, the third base umpire tonight. We'll get a look from the side. That is strike 3.
Yep. Overcommitted. You can see the pitching coach, Rick Waits, barking at the umpires, Randazzo and Mike DeMiro behind the plate.
You watch Brett Gardner as he starts walking to his own dugout. He's ready to get rung up. It doesn't happen.
So nonchalant. That was a 10-pitch at bat for Gardner. So making the rookie work a little bit. Gardner's on first, and that brings up Chris Young, who flew to left field in his first at bat. Inside 1-1.
You know, Bob, you bring up a great point about Montgomery, though, and any young pitcher. Once you come to the big leagues, you always feel like you have to be a little better. You have to throw a little harder, and it's not necessarily the truth. Trusting that your stuff is good enough to get out a big leaguer.
That ball gets away from Zunino and allows Gardner to go to second. So wild pitch moves Gardner to second base with one away.
Get a look at Zunino and trying to go down and in to block this off-speed pitch right off the heel of the glove. Doesn't have a great angle with his upper body. Pitch gets by him.
Scoring opportunity now for the Yankees and Chris Young. And Young lifts one to the right side. Logan Morrison has it in his sights in foul territory. And he's got it. Gardner tags, but does not go as they get the ball to the infield, 2 away.
It's a really good example right there, what I was talking about with Montgomery and his fastball. It's 92, and it's pretty much middle of the plate. And Chris Young is late, and a hitter's count. An easy pop-up. Sometimes the radar gun doesn't tell you everything about a pitcher. He throws 92, but he hides the ball. It's a little deceptive. Get on you a little quicker than you expect.
And with 2 away, it's Alex Rodriguez. Mentioned that he came in on an 11-game hitting streak. He flew out to right field in his first at bat. Zunino, a nice pick there in the dirt. 1-0. And looks at ball 2. Strike 2-1. Now Montgomery was here with the club yesterday, activated today for this start. You wonder how much time he got to look at videotape of these guys. And Alex Rodriguez, a Mark Teixeira who's up after him and is on deck.
You know, we talk about this all the time, all the information that these players have in today's game. But you know what, Bob? If I was Montgomery, I would try to keep it as simple as possible and say, this is what I do well. And I'm going to take that out on the mound and see if it's good enough to get a big league lineup out. So far, so good for him.
Brett Gardner is on second with 2 outs. 2-2 pitch coming up to Alex Rodriguez. Misses there with a change, 2-3-2.
Well, Alex Rodriguez, such a veteran hitter. Mark Teixeira on deck. I'm sure Alex thinking about the 2-0 pitch was a changeup. Will the young left-hander go off speed with a full count with Mark Teixeira on deck? I'm Alex Rodriguez. I'm probably sitting on something soft here. Off speed. If he throws the fastball, you just try to foul it off.
Does go off speed. Did he commit? He did not. The first base umpire, Will Little, says he did not. And Alex draws a walk. That brings Lloyd McClendon out of the dugout.
Lloyd McClendon was already hot about Brett Gardner's at bat, which clearly looked like a swing. Montgomery should have been out of the inning, and this was a borderline check swing here. Lloyd McClendon's going to get his money's worth.
Looks like Mike Zunino, the catcher, was sent packing as well. You see McClendon animated as could be, kicking his hat on the field as he heads toward the home plate umpire, Mike DeMuro, much to the delight of the Seattle crowd.
Well, he might want to go have a piece of Tony Randazzo at third base. That's right. This is where it all started. The Brett Gardner check swing. Lloyd McClendon was hot in the dugout then, and it's not getting any better for him right here.
Lloyd McClendon's putting on a show. I think every umpire on the field just got a piece of Lloyd McClendon right there.
This is a look from the side. I think Alex Rodriguez held his swing on that one. The Brett Gardner one, I think he swung. There's a look back at Brett. That's strike 3 right there. The inning should have been over, and Lloyd McClendon letting off a little steam.
So take a look at Zunino. He's having a problem with DeMuro, and he got run as well. looks like Alex held up there. Two in a row, or two out of the last three batters. Lloyd McClendon's gone. His catcher, Mike Zunino, is gone. So now Wellington Castillo comes in to catch.
I like that right there. Bloomquist, a veteran infielder, trying to settle down a young pitcher. A lot going on here the last couple of minutes. He did go change up. It was down. Zunino is going to be livid after that.
And amidst all that turmoil, you bring up a great point. You got to find a way to keep the kid calm out there. He's got 2 outs in the inning. He can still get out of it.
Oh, and by the way, Mark Teixeira's up. He had a grand slam last night, so go get him.
And Tex, hot shot down the line and left and into the corner. Brett Gardner will round and score. Alex Rodriguez to third. Joe Espada holds him up. Teixeira has a 2-out double. And the Yankees lead it 1-0.
You could see it coming from a mile away. Mark Teixeira does not waste any time. First pitch fastball, it's up, and he hammers it. Not an easy spot for the young lefty to be in. Middle of the plate. Teixeira just having an unbelievable season. 40th RBI. The Yankees doing some damage with 2 outs.
And here's Chase Headley, who grounded to short in his first at bat. Boy, to say the crowd and the Mariners bench were dismayed would be an understatement after all of that. Thinking that Montgomery had struck out not only Gardner but A-Rod, but suddenly the Yankees were on the board 1-0. That one away, 1-2.
You also think about the backup catcher Castillo now in the game. Doesn't have a whole lot of time to get loose. You get thrown in a situation with a pitcher you don't really have a whole lot of history with. You have not warmed him up.
Swing and a miss. And Montgomery got him, but not before the Yankees get on the board. Brett Gardner scoring on a 2-out double by Mark Teixeira. Yanks up 1-0. NYA Academy private school and youth sports camps in Bradenton, Florida. By People's United Bank NA, checking that wins, expertise that wows. And by your Tri-Honda dealers, hurry to your local Tri-Honda dealer for great deals on the 2015 models. That is the Great Wheel here in Seattle. where the Yankees now have a 1-0 lead thanks to a big turn of events there in the top half of the third inning. It's bottom of the third. Mark Teixeira, an RBI double in the top of the third, gives the Yanks the lead. A check swing by Brett Gardner. A lot of people thought it was a strikeout, but it was not. Similar situation for Alex Rodriguez. There's 2 aboard, and then Teixeira doubles. So a good turn of event for the Yankees, and CC Sabathia now will try to keep the Mariners quiet. If you remember last inning, Justin Ruggiano was thrown out trying to steal by John Ryan Murphy. So it brings the catcher Mike Zunino back to the plate. 1-0 Yanks on the Audi A3 scoreboard. This is actually Wellington Castillo who took over for Zunino once Zunino got booted. And CC got him looking. 1 away.
Fastball in is such an important pitch for Sabathia now that he doesn't throw as hard as he did when he was a younger pitcher. Elevated, inner half. Castillo caught looking.
Hasn't that been kind of a theme for CC in terms of when he doesn't have his best stuff, he doesn't have command of that fastball inside, and it gets him into trouble.
And I think if you're Sabathia, you think back to Mike Mussina that year that he won 20 when he was throwing about 87 miles an hour. And Mike talked about it. You have to throw inside more when you lose velocity to open up the outer half of the plate. And Sabathia has shown us that he has kind of figured out what he needs to do. It's just really staying away from a few mistakes during a ball game that end up in the seats.
Austin Jackson had a leadoff double in the bottom of the first. And out to left field. And a diving catch, and off the glove of Chris Young. He can't get it, and Jackson's aboard.
Well, you hear outfielders say all the time the toughest ball is the one that is hit right at you. And you can see Chris Young right off the bat was kind of flat-footed. Then he tried to make up some ground right off the glove. He's able to hustle it up and keep Jackson to a single. It looked like he was a little flat-footed right off of the bat. Line drive right at him. A little hesitation, and it cost him.
So Jackson's on first with 1 away. Here's Willie Bloomquist, grounded to second in his first at bat. First pitch swinging, drives out into the gap in left center field. Brett Gardner racing back. He will have it for the second out as Jackson retreats to first.
Ball carrying a little bit better than I thought it would off of the bat. Brett Gardner settles underneath it.
Well, CC hoping for the same result on Robbie Cano that he had his first at bat. 3 pitches and a strikeout. And CC in with the first pitch strike.
Robinson Cano, when he was a New York Yankee, faced left-handed pitching, and he would just wear them out going the other way. He swung and missed at a couple of Sabathia's sliders that first at bat that you're just not used to seeing. That far out in front, trying to pull the ball.
Cano to the right side, past a diving Perella, and into right, and Beltran has problems with it. That allows Jackson to go to third. So it'll be first and third with 2 away here in the third inning.
First at bat, Robinson Cano was clearly looking to pull the baseball. And Murphy and Sabathia stayed away, went all sliders, picked up a strikeout. Second at bat, they try to come in. Robinson Cano is right on time. Hot shot. Beltran off the heel of his glove. It's going to be an error.
It looked like he approached that ball with a lot of intent. And so now it's first and third, and the batter is Nelson Cruz. He and his 18 home runs so far on the season. Cruz to the right side with a bit of a modified shift on. It's a base hit that will tie the game at 1 as Jackson scores.
Well, a lot going on here in the third. Chris Young doesn't get a great jump on the line drive from Jackson. It falls in front of him. Robinson Cano gets a pitch that he probably shouldn't have gotten, a fastball in. He takes care of it. And then Cruz, been doing it all year, wearing out left-handed pitching, just goes the other way, and the Mariners are on the board.
So first and third again with 2 outs, and now Kyle Seager is the batter. CeCe struck him out to end the first. Cano's on third, Cruz on first. And a breaking ball in for strike 1. Cruz, through the first 2 games of the series, we have seen him be a very good opposite field hitter. Not afraid to go the other way. Kyle Seager pops one into foul territory. Murphy is over and on the rail. Sees it bounce into the dugout. You know, I think back to where we were a few games ago in Oakland. They don't have any railings. That's got to be a little dicey for a catcher going over by the dugout to try and make a play like that.
They have all that foul territory in Oakland. A little bit better situation for the hitters here in Seattle as far as the foul territory is concerned.
0-2 pitch to Seager. And CeCe just missed 1 and 2.
Seager has really turned himself into a good player and does a nice job against lefties, coming in hitting over 300 against left-handed pitching.
And a swing and a miss there for CeCe, so he limits the damage, leaves 2 men left on base. We're all tied as we head to the top of the 4th in Seattle. Well, tomorrow afternoon on Yes, the Yankees wrap up this West Coast road trip with a midweek matinee against the Mariners here at Safeco. Coverage starts at 3 o'clock with the Tri-State Ford pregame, and then we're back with the call only on Yes. Head to the top of the fourth here in Seattle. And the Yankees and Mariners all tied at 1. 6, 7, 8 hitters for the Yankees this inning. Carlos Beltran had a single and was stranded in the second. For Mike Montgomery, the Yankees worked him a little in that third inning. He threw 24 pitches total over the first 2 innings, and he had a 27-pitch third. So 1-1 tie on the Lincoln scoreboard. 3 hits for the Yanks, 4 for the Mariners. Beltran into foul territory. They'll redo it at 1-2. Prior to this season, prior to this game, CC Sabathia had surrendered 6 leads this season. He had a 1-0 lead in this one before the Mariners tied it up there in the bottom of the third. Montgomery misses with a change, 2-2. Change and a ground ball to third. Seager on to first, 1 away.
Well, every inning that you watch Montgomery pitch, you're kind of writing down a few more notes. The curveball a few times to Carlos Beltran. Now you're starting to see all of his pitches. It was fastball first time through, then some more change-ups, and now we're seeing the curveball here in the 4th inning.
Jose Perella singled against him in the second. How much do you think Montgomery was helped by the fact that he got an out, a strikeout of Headley after sort of that chaos of McClendon and Zunino getting thrown out? Then he got to go in the dugout and just kind of reset.
But, you know, and I think he got a nice little congratulations when he got to the dugout, because I think his teammates appreciated just working his way out of that inning without having a big blow-up inning. The Mariners have to be pleasantly pleased so far early on. I mean, he's mixing his pitches. He's throwing a lot of strikes. Doesn't look intimidated, doesn't look nervous.
Two pitch to Perella. A chopper foul. Fastball and right back to the mound. 2 away.
So it looks like he's working a little bit quicker with Castillo in the ball game. Pace has definitely picked up a little bit here with 2 outs in the 4th inning.
7th ground ball out of the night for Mike Montgomery. 2 away. Here's John Ryan Murphy. He grounded out to second. Good breaking ball, no doubt. 74 on the gun, outside part of the plate. Murphy can't hold up on that. 0-2. And a mock cheer from the crowd that they actually called it a strike and a swing. swing and a miss, and that'll do it. So for Montgomery, a 1-2-3 inning here in the top of the fourth, wrapped up by a strikeout of Murphy. The third, it was a wild ride for the Mariners and Lloyd McClendon. Those were 2 walks. They at least wanted 1 call on Gardner. McClendon got the hook. Good punt right there, a good kick in the cap. And does that remind you of anything? Back with his tenure with the Pirates, got the kick down, and then, you know what? Take the bag. Throw it. No, just keep it. Anyway, McClendon very animated as he gets the ejection tonight.
That always cracks me up when I see him with the Pirates take the bag. That's my bag. I'm taking it with me. And that's it, folks. I'm out of here.
Here's Ricky Weeks. How do you put that in the books, Flash? Is that a stolen base?
That is a stolen base, but it's more the attitude when he tucked it underneath his arm.
Yeah,
This is my bag. Yep. I'm taking it. There's nothing you guys can do about it.
That one's staying put for now. McClendon safely ensconced either in the tunnel or in the clubhouse. CC got Ricky Weeks to ground to short in his first at bat. And a strikeout for CC, his 5th of the night. Take one more look at that. You like that?
That's right. You tuck it underneath your shoulder. You walk into the dugout. This is my bag. Oh, now he's not happy with it. I like the fact Lloyd McClendon came out tonight and said, you know what, I'm going to spread it around. Tony Randazzo at third, Phil Cuzzy at second, Will Little at first, and Mike DeMuro behind the plate. They all got a piece of it.
You saw it's all tied up at 1 on the Lincoln scoreboard. Mariners got one back in the last inning against CC to tie it up. Here's the number 7 hitter, Logan Morrison. Well, that's not him. These are the umpires. And yeah, they all got a little piece of Lloyd McClendon, no doubt about it. And I got a kick out of the fact that McClendon kicks the cap, right? Then goes to third base. Then yells at the second base umpire. And in the meantime, one of the bat boys comes out and just kind of quietly picks up the cap and runs off the field. I'd be treading lightly if I was that kid. CC tries to go low with a fastball, doesn't get it. 2-1.
Well, our producer Troy Benjamin telling me Tony Randazzo, the third base umpire, threw McClendon out of a couple of games last year. Consecutive games, so they're not going out to lunch before these games, obviously.
Good fastball outside in for a strike, 2-2. Breaking ball on 2 strikes, hammered back up the middle for a 1-out single by Logan Morrison. Morrison extends his hitting streak to 10 games. It's one of those at-bats where you just want to see CeCe find a put-away pitch there and not have it end up with a base hit and a base runner.
Yeah, it looked like it was a slider, and all in all, the slider's been a good pitch for Sabathia tonight. He just kind of rolled that one to a guy who's swinging a hot bat lately, extending his hitting streak.
Justin Ruggiano swings at the first offering from CeCe.
But you watch Sabathia here, 1 out in the 4th inning, and there's just a slider that doesn't do a whole lot. He's showing you he has enough to win big league ball games. I mean, the fastball command has been pretty good. Changeup has been quality. The slider's been excellent until that one.
Ground ball left side and through for a base hit off the bat of Ruggiano, who's on for the 2nd time. 2 on with 1 away.
Well, this will frustrate you if you're Sabathia and John Ryan Murphy behind the plate. Murphy going to go have a little talk with CeCe. You made a good pitch, a good changeup. Ruggiano does not hit it all that well. He rolls over it. And he just finds a hole right in between Headley and Drew. You can see the look down at the ground from Sabathia, and pitching coaches will start thinking about pitch selection, location, all those things.
Sixth hit of the night for the Mariners, and CeCe now in all 11 of his starts has allowed at least 6 hits in each of them. First and second, 1 away. Wellington Castillo, who took over for Mike Zunino once he was tossed. Castillo to third. Headley on to second for 1. To first, a double play. So great work there by CeCe. Little bit of a threat, and he gets out of it with a double play ball as we go to the 5th. Take a look at the American League West standings. The Astros up by 4.5 over the Angels. Rangers 5.5 back and trying to make some noise, and these Mariners 3 games under 500, 8 games back. As we head to the top half of the 5th inning, the 9-1-2 hitters for the Yankees, starting with Stephen Drew. On the Bigelow T scoreboard, 1 run on 3 hits for the Yankees and an error, 1 run on 6 hits for Seattle. No, Flash, I wanted to ask you, we saw Wellington Castillo had to come in mid-inning for Mike Zunino. So Zunino would have done a lot of prep work with the rookie making his major league debut. What about Castillo? Is this all a feeling out process between innings and trying to figure this guy out?
Castillo is probably involved in the meeting when you're going through it with Montgomery and how to get these hitters out, but obviously getting thrown into the fire in the middle of a game takes a little while to get on the same page. But the one thing, and I just mentioned it, looks like Castillo has Montgomery working at a little quicker rhythm. Of course, right when I say that, they take their time to put a sign down. You guys are killing me.
You know what? That was actually Drew, though. He stepped a foot out of the box, tries to beat him to the bag, but he can't, 1 away. Let's go back to Ron Ruocco with another studio update. Ryan? All right, Ryan, thank you. That brings us to our Lowe's Never Stop Improving standings. And the Angels, boy, they have been powering up. The American League East, the Yankees up by a game over the Rays, 3.5 on the O's and 4 over the Blue Jays and Red Sox. Now that win over the Rays last night featured 4 Angels home runs, 2 by Pujols, and he has another one tonight. Brett Gardner, first pitch swinging out to left. And over the head of Justin Ruggiano, has all kinds of problems with it. And Gardner's on second base with 1 away. Well, Gardner credited with a double, but Ruggiano had all kinds of problems with that ball.
You can see right when he gets turned around there, you know that he's in bad shape. Doesn't even get a glove on it. Brett Gardner will take it. He's been scuffling a little bit lately, scuffling against left-handed pitching, and he gets a gift from Ruggiano.
He was 0 for his last 20 against lefties. Now that double has the Yankees set up with a chance to take the lead. And Chris Young at the plate. Young has flown out to left field and popped into foul territory along first base. Montgomery with that changeup and that ball down and in the dirt really makes a catcher work. We saw that with Zunino a couple times, including 1 wild pitch, and now Castillo. Big breaking ball in for strike 2.
These are the type of pitchers that if you're a catcher, you really feel like you can make a difference. By your pitch selection, drops a big curveball there to Young. Wouldn't say that's a big strikeout pitch, kind of a curveball that gets you back into some counts. Montgomery gives you so many different options as a catcher.
Alex Rodriguez is on deck. 0 for 1 tonight. Was on the 3rd with a walk and got to 3rd before he was left stranded. Fouls that one off. Two pitch. Little number down the first base line and fair. Morrison will step on the bag. Gardner gets to 3rd with 2 away.
Like that change up right off the end of the bat. The only question with the spin taken foul, it did not.
been effective so far with that off-speed stuff, keeping it off the barrel of the bats of the Yankees. With 2 away, here's Alex Rodriguez. Trying to extend his 10-game hitting streak. 11 games, excuse me. Gardner's on third with 2 away. And a pitch in for a strike. That one out to shallow left. The shortstop, Bloomquist, is there, and that will do it. So Montgomery strands another. And as we head to the bottom of the 5th, we're all tied at 1. NYCFC travels to the city of brotherly love for a matchup with the Philadelphia Union. Watch New York City FC presented by Etihad Airways Saturday night at 7 right here on Yes. Bottom of the 5th inning, 3rd time through the Mariners order for CC Sabathia. Facing the leadoff hitter Austin Jackson, who doubled in the 1st and was left stranded, and singled in the 3rd and scored the only run of the game for Seattle. 1-1 on the Bigelow T scoreboard. Last start against the A's, this is where things started breaking down for CeCe a little bit. See if he can still retain command of all of his off-speed stuff like he's had through 4 innings. First fastball in and misses a little low. 2-1. You talked about pitching inside. Does that fastball have to be a strike every time or no?
No, you'd actually want it to be off the plate in certain situations so you can go back away with your off-speed pitches.
There's a little backdoor slider there and misses 3-1.
This really becomes an important inning for Sabathia. 3rd time through the lineup, like you mentioned, Bob. And also the big boys in the middle, Robinson Cano, Nelson Cruz, and Seager. We'd love for them to come up to the plate with nobody on.
Hot shot through the left side, and a leadoff single here in the 5th for Austin Jackson. His 3rd hit of the night.
A lot of times you go through a lineup with a starting pitcher and you say, you know what, we got to get Jackson out, we got to get Bloomquist out. We don't want the big boys in the middle coming up with runners on base. Jackson having a big ball game against Sabathia, his 3rd hit.
Well, we mentioned the great numbers that Willie Bloomquist had against CeCe coming into this one, a career 400 hitter against him. CeCe's kept him off the bases twice so far with a ground ball to short and a fly ball to center field. Jackson always a threat to run. And CeCe starts Bloomquist off with strike one.
Austin Jackson not really on top of his running game this year. 6 stolen bases, has been thrown out 5 times. I mentioned battling some leg injuries early on.
He was caught stealing last night by Brian McCann. Swing and a miss by Bloomquist, 1-2. Good pitch to kind of bury that low and in. Robbie Cano waits on deck. Cano with a single and 2 at-bats tonight. Jackson does not go, and Bloomquist to third. Headley has problems with it. One play is at first base, but the throw off the mark and in the dirt, and Bloomquist is safe. Runners at first and second, nobody out here in the 5th.
Chase Headley is standing there with his right arm on his hip. Disbelief. I mean, this is a really good defensive player who's having a tough year defensively. Right off the bat, 5-4-3 double plays what you're thinking. The ground ball kind of eats him up on the in-between hop. And Bloomquist, still a older player, able to get down the line in pretty good shape. So what you thought was a double play ground ball, now the Mariners are set up to have a big inning.
It's an E5. So Jackson's at second, Bloomquist on first, and now the heart of the order, number 3 hitter Robbie Cano. And timeout call.
Sabathia was ready to move down the hill. John Ryan Murphy called timeout. I would expect Sabathia to stay away from Robinson Cano. If you think back to the first at bat, he was pulling off, looked like he wanted something on the inner half, and he struck out. Last at bat, Sabathia went in, he hit the ball hard.
He misses there, 1-0. For all the offensive woes that the Mariners have had this season, 2 men aboard, nobody out. You've got to now navigate your way through Cano, who is always a threat to hit, though he has not done it as much as in previous seasons. And then you've got Nelson Cruz on deck. CeCe misses there, 2-0.
You always hear the good pitchers talking about how they read swings from opposing hitters. I'm reading the swings of Robinson Cano properly tonight. He looks like he wants everything inside, wants to open up a little bit, was able to check his swing there. I wouldn't give him anything middle in. Everything would be away and preferably down.
That one down and across, 2-1. Seattle so far in this game against CeCe, 1 for 6 with runners in scoring position. CeCe is also stranded 5 runners.
Here's your ball game for Sabathia. We've seen in his starts, he'll show you signs that he can have a nice game, and then he makes a mistake in the middle of it.
Cano out to center field. Brett Gardner will have it. Jackson is tagging, but only bluffs. Gets Cano, 1 away. Big out there for CeCe with Nelson Cruz coming to the plate.
Right, a big out on a pitch that wasn't his best. Looked like it was a slider and it was up and in. Sabathia gets away with one for a change. Not a great pitch, but he'll take it.
Was it that it was just in on the hands enough that he couldn't square it up?
I think he's probably looking out over, and a little backup slider got him.
Nelson Cruz has walked and singled. He's driven in the only run of the game. And CeCe in with a strike. Trying to keep it right where it is with runners at first and second. CeCe just sneaks one in over the outside part of the plate, 0-2.
Bobby, you mentioned this earlier. Cruz has shown us in a couple of games here he will go the other way. Behind in the count 0-2, you'd expect him to look for something out over the plate. See if Sabathia tries to crowd him inside.
Tries to bury one a little low, and it's ball one. Pretty much the same defensive alignment they had when he singled in the third and knocked in a run. Perella's closer to the second base bag. There's a big hole through the right side. One-two pitch. Nelson Cruz out to center field, sends Brett Gardner back. Front of the track, a step in front, and he's got it 2 away, but Jackson able to score because it's not score, excuse me, advance to third because it's deep enough. So first and third with 2 away.
Well, the Seattle crowd gets excited. They thought Nelson Cruz had another home run. Sabathia does a great job in off the plate. The big swing didn't have that good sound. Brett Gardner cruising back, has plenty of room. Looked like Brett might have thought there were 3 outs for a moment there.
Well, there are 2 outs and runners at first and third. CeCe has navigated his way through Cano and Cruz, and now here's Kyle Seager. CeCe has struck him out twice tonight. One more strikeout of Seager would be just what the doctor ordered in this inning. And he just lays down a little bunt. CeCe able to field it, turn, fire, and got him. A challenge to CeCe right there, who does not move well, and you see the emotion coming out of the big man. Mariners can't push a run across. We go to the 6th. A lot of heat here in Seattle with the game tied at 1. It's a U.S. women's national team against the best teams in the world in search of their 3rd World Cup title. The only place you can see the 2015 FIFA Women's World Cup is on Fox and Fox Sports 1 beginning this Saturday. And apparently the only place you can see tonight's Star Wars characters is here at Safeco Field. All tied at 1 as we head to the top of the 6th. It's a Star Wars promo. There's a Star Wars night coming up here. Star Wars Appreciation Night coming up at Safeco. So Princess Leia, Boba Fett in attendance. Darth Vader. Nice crowd here on a Tuesday night, 27,442. They've seen some fireworks, not offensively, but Lloyd McClendon, Mike Zunino getting tossed out. CC Sabathia, a little burr under his saddle by the name of Kyle Seager there, trying to lay down a bunt in the bottom of the 5th.
Sabathia is showing a little bit of emotion. I think he's got to be fired up to go right through the middle of their lineup. Seager took a chance with a little base hit, trying to drive in a run. It didn't work out.
3-2 pitch to Tex. He thought he walked. Home plate umpire Mike DeMiro rings him up, 1 away.
Montgomery has had the changeup all night long. He wanted it away. It ends up down and in, and you can argue that it might have been low.
One away here, top of the 6th, and Chase Headley, the batter. Grounded to short, struck out swinging. Not afraid to toss that changeup up there. Evens a count of 1-1. Montgomery about to throw his 90th pitch of the night here in the 6th. Now it's a wild one that gets away from Castillo. Sneak a little fastball across, and Headley got a piece of it, 2-2. Breaking ball, grounded to second base. Cano on to first, 2 away. It's almost as if when Montgomery throws the fastball, it surprises you. You know, for a lot of pitchers, they're fastball dominant. They throw the off-speed stuff off of that. It's almost reverse for him.
For a young pitcher, as Mark Lowe is getting loose in the bullpen, he showed his fastball the first time through the lineup. Kind of established it, got the Yankees thinking about it. And all of a sudden the changeup became a better pitch second time through. Now he's showing everything. Curveball, slider, change. And you're right, the fastball has a little more hop on it because he slowed down these Yankee hitters.
Carlos Beltran is 1 for 2, a single back in the 2nd. He was left stranded, and then a ground ball to third base in the 4th. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Fastball of Beltran down the line, but curving foul. That one did not surprise Beltran at all. He got around on that quickly. So he went fastball. Tattooed it, foul. He buries one. What do you go here? Change?
Changeup has been his best pitch all night.
That'll do it. 4th strikeout of the night for Mike Montgomery. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. Tied at 1. Well, that was a look at Masahiro Tanaka, and tomorrow the Mariners will get a look at him as we take a look at Wednesday's starting pitchers, brought to you by Verizon Fios, fastest, most reliable internet. Taijuan Walker goes for Seattle in tomorrow afternoon's game as Tanaka returns from the DL. Our coverage begins at 3 o'clock right here on Yes. Bottom of the 6th inning. And for the 3rd time in this game, Ricky Weeks is a leadoff hitter in an inning. Second inning, he grounded to short. 4th inning, he was CC's 5th strikeout victim of the night. What did you think about the emotion last inning of CC Sabathia when Seager tried to bunt with 2 aboard?
You know what? I actually think it's not a bad play by Kyle Seager trying to drop down to bunt him. Everybody knows Sabathia has had some problems covering first base, fielding his position. Seager took a shot and it didn't work out, but I think the whole inning for Sabathia, able to go through Cano, Cruz, Kyle Seager, get out of some trouble. Something that he really hasn't been able to do too many times this year when he gets himself in a jam.
And he had to pick up his teammate Chase Headley there as well, who had an E5 instead of a double play. Ricky Weeks out to left field. And Chris Young has it, 1 away. So let's take a look at that flash and exactly what happened. Montgomery leaving the game. Good outing in his major league debut. Holds the Yankees to just 1 run.
They're getting some high fives in that dugout for Seattle, and I'm impressed. Totally under control, threw the ball over the plate. Gave Seattle exactly what they were looking for tonight.
And 1 away, here's Logan Morrison. Grounded to first in the 2nd and a single back in the 4th. CC at 85 pitches here with 1 away in the 6th. And Morrison with the shift on and Headley way off third into left field. Big turn at first, but it's a 1-out single, his 2nd of the night.
Sabathia is showing a little bit of frustration, but Morrison, nice job of hitting left on left, just staying inside, slashing it the other way.
Justin Ruggiano's the batter. A walk and caught stealing in the 2nd and a single in the 4th. CC misses away, 1-0. Seems like a pitch that gets CC in trouble is when he gets it up just a little too high, maybe around between the belt and the letters.
That changeup?
As if he doesn't want it there, but that's where it goes. Fouling that one away, 1-1. Speed and way outside, 2-1. When you see a pitch like that far off, has he lost a feel for that pitch, or is it just a one-time thing?
Well, if you're Murphy, you're hoping it's a one-time thing, but I think mechanically sometimes he falls a little bit.
Morrison goes, and Ruggiano lifts one and flicks it in foul territory.
Seattle playing a little hit and run, trying to get something going here in the 6th inning. Bottom of their lineup. But I think sometimes CC, when he gets going bad, starts falling towards the Yankee dugout, the third base dugout. Because of that, his arm drops a little bit. He'll work underneath the changeup and around the slider. I think overall tonight he's been solid.
Big swing and a miss there by Ruggiano, and another strikeout for CC. Now 6 on the night.
Good at bat all the way around. He slowed Ruggiano down with some off-speed pitches and had just enough on the fastball to pick up another strikeout.
And with 2 away, here's Wellington Castillo, the number 9 hitter. CeCe misses again, 1-0. So for CeCe, not as many first pitch strikes as well as he had earlier in the game. Love to get out here and not worry about Austin Jackson, who has 3 hits on the night. Castillo out to right, little flare, falls into fair territory and curls out of the field of play, but Beltran gets it in. First and third, 2 away.
Castillo with a big swing and a big smile. He had no idea where this ball was off of the crack of the bat. Shatters his bat, has no idea where it is. There it is. It'll be a base hit going the other way. You're right, Bob. Now Jackson coming up to the plate, first and third, 2 outs. He's had some really good swings against Sabathia, 3 hits already.
And Joe Girardi taking a walk out to the mound. CeCe's thrown 94 pitches. 2 away here, bottom of the 6th. And he's going to take the ball from him. Joe Girardi with the Verizon call to the bullpen, trying to keep it a 1-1 game right here. We'll step aside for just a moment. We'll be back right after this. Collectibles of the season. It's Thurman Munson Bobblehead Night, the second in the 2015 Collectible Series, presented by AT&T for the first 18,000 guests in attendance. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com, visit the Yankee Stadium ticket window, Yankees clubhouse shops, or call Ticketmaster at 877-469-9849. Well, there's a look at Thurman. We didn't see him in yesterday's ball game, but he's back. And I'm wondering, is the stubble there? Does that come with the bobblehead, or did we add that? Comes with it. Very nice.
Authentic stubble. I like it.
Well, CeCe Sabathia out after 94 pitches, 5 2/3 innings, 9 hits. So far, just 1 run allowed. There are 2 runners on base that he is responsible for. 2 away here in the bottom of the 6th. And David Carpenter facing Austin Jackson. Jackson had 3 hits off CeCe tonight.
Great play by John Ryan Murphy. First pitch slider. Way out of the strike zone. Doesn't even have time to react to block it. Just throws his glove out there.
So far tonight, Seattle 1 for 9 with the runners in scoring position. They have left 7 on base, and Carpenter would like to add to those numbers in a good way for the Yankees and keep it a 1-1 game.
Thinking back when Joe Girardi went out to take Sabathia out of this ball game, CeCe almost had that look in his eye like, you got to be kidding me. I mean, it's a man who's been a #1 guy in the rotation for a long time. Those days are past now. Girardi going to the bullpen in a big spot.
Well, you also had a player coming up who's going to see it for the 4th time and already had 2 singles and a double off of it.
And I think CeCe understands all of that, but I think the initial reaction was, this is my game. It always has been my game. You see him looking around saying, is there even anybody up in the pen? Girardi informs him he's out of the game.
Carpenter in with a strike, 1-2. Now Jason Shreve is up in the bullpen. Got to find a way to get a lead and build that bridge to Betances and Miller. 2 away, runners at first and third. Carpenter takes a little off that, a little slider on the outside part of the plate, but Jackson doesn't go after it. 2-2.
It's a big at bat for the Yankees, but a big at bat for Carpenter as well. A guy who's been struggling. Do a lot for his confidence right here if he can get Jackson out. Already had 3 hits on the night.
Two pitch. Jackson stays alive. You also want to keep CeCe off the losing side of the ledger. He leads with a couple runners on in a 1-1 game. Of course, he lost his last 2 to the A's and the Rangers. 2-2 again. Carpenter goes away and Jackson doesn't bite. 3-2. Mark Teixeira letting David Carpenter know that he's going to back up a little off the, not hold the runner on at first. That runner is Wellington Castillo. Logan Morrison is on third. Payoff pitch. And Jackson drills it into center field. Gardner's going to have to chase it down with a slide. 1 run scores. Mariners have the lead. Jackson has a double. It's a 2-1 game. Fourth hit of the night for Austin Jackson, and that one off David Carpenter has put the Mariners in front.
A 3-2 pitch. Carpenter comes with a fastball out over the plate. Every slider he threw to Jackson, it was so far off the plate you couldn't get a swing and a miss. Sabathia can only watch.
Runners at second and third now with 2 outs, and here's Willie Bloomquist. Carpenter missing away again with that slider.
And there it is, Bob. I mean, it's a slider right out of his hand that the hitter doesn't even think about offering at because it's so far off the plate. So when you need a strikeout, a swing and a miss, it's tough to get it, and you also find yourself behind in counts.
It's a fastball in for a strike, 1-1. Castillo's on third, Jackson on second with his RBI double. And now Carpenter's got to find a way to get Willie Bloomquist out before he gets into the heart of that Mariners order once again. Same result, he just can't find a feel for that pitch.
Well, you can't say enough about John Ryan Murphy behind the plate. This is a fastball at about 95, and he He just backhands it, was not able to pick it, but deflects it, saves another runner from scoring. That is all reaction right there. You don't have time to block when you got a guy throwing that hard. Good play.
And that is a fastball that missed that far out. Almost an overgrip on Carpenter's part. So he's behind 2-1 to Bloomquist. Fastball out to right field. Carlos Beltran is there, and that will do it. Having said that, Seattle gets one on the RBI double by Jackson. CeCe out of the game. Mariners have the lead. Fox and Fox Sports 1 for the first time as the greatest golfers in the world converge on the Pacific Northwest for a chance to stamp their names in the history books. Fox's exclusive coverage of the 115th U.S. Open Championship live from Chambers Bay Golf Course begins June 18th on Fox Sports 1, Fox, and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. A variety of golfers have already been out to play practice rounds, including Tiger Woods yesterday, along with Phil Mickelson last week. We're back in the top half of the seventh inning. The Mariners lead it 2-1. And it looks like the Yankees will have a pinch hitter on deck. Oh, excuse me, no, a pinch hitter at the plate in Didi Gregorius to face Mark Lowe. At ball one.
Saw those numbers for Mark Lowe. Has not allowed an earned run over his last 10 innings. So the rookie Montgomery does a good job handing it over now to Mark Lowe here in the seventh inning with a lead.
And Gregorius with a base hit to lead things off here in the top of the seventh.
Nice piece of hitting by Didi off the bench, watching all night. You come up, you pinch hit, slap one the other way. Yankees trying to get something going here at the bottom of the lineup. One-run ball game in the seventh.
That'll bring up John Ryan Murphy, who is grounded to second and struck out swinging. At strike one. Didi Gregorius on first with a leadoff single. Here in the top of the 7th, the Mariners took the lead bottom of the 6th on an RBI double from Austin Jackson. That hit allowed by David Carpenter, but charged to CC Sabathia, so he gives up 2 runs. John Ryan Murphy, little flare into right field. Didi Gregorius falls between second and third, and he'll be out. Base running problems there for Gregorius, who rounded and then slipped. You see the dismay on Joe Girardi's face. They would have been set up first and third with nobody out. Instead, it's a man on first and 1 away.
Joe Girardi cannot believe it. And Gregorius got a great jump and a great read. It comes around second base and just takes a header. Murphy fights off the fastball the other way. Gregorius says he's going for third. Wow.
We've seen base running problems for Didi a few times this season. 1 away, man on first, and the number 9 hitter, Stephen Drew. And Lowe drops a breaking ball in, strike 1. It's hard to tell what happened there unless just the angle around the bag got him and got his legs tangled up. Unfortunate base running blunder there. Threw out to right, 2 away. This looked like his stride shortened or something happened there where he lost his feet underneath him.
You're a really nice guy. You're giving him a lot of credit there.
I'm not trying to give him credit. I'm just trying to figure out what happened.
He just took a header is what happened. And you're right. We've seen a bunch of base running mistakes by Didi already. It's hard to watch.
Well, bench coach Trent Jewett, who took over for Lloyd McClendon, has come in to make a pitching change. So we will step aside here for a moment. See you back here after this. Yankees could have been first and third, nobody out, and you see what happens from there. Instead, as the Mariners have gone to the bullpen and brought in Charlie Furbush, it's a man on first and 2 away. 22nd appearance for Furbush this season. Done a pretty nice job for them out of the pen. He has not allowed a run in 20 of his 21 appearances, including his last 13. Back to the top of the order for the Yankees. Brett Gardner has grounded out to short, walked and scored in the 3rd, and doubled in the 5th. Sweeping breaking ball in for strike one. Misses without one, 1-1. Loves that big sweeping pitch. 1-2. You
can see how he's effective on the lefties. Kind of has that low arm angle and sweeps a breaking ball right across the plate.
One-two pitch goes to a fastball, and Gardner fouls that one off. See, the right-hander Carson Smith is up in Seattle's bullpen. One-two pitch again to Gardner. Just flicks that foul and stays alive. Jason Shreve, Justin Wilson up in the Yankees bullpen. Yankees trying to find a way to extend this inning after the base running blunder by Didi Gregorius. John Ryan Murphy is on first with two away. In there.
Brett doing a good job, especially after seeing all those sweeping breaking balls, able to fight off the fastball in.
We've talked about him before. He is a pest up there. Earlier tonight against Montgomery, he had a 10-pitch at bat before he ended up walking. That was a controversial one in which it looks like he may have committed. The Yankees ended up getting their lone run of the game in that inning. Got Lloyd McClendon and Mike Zunino tossed. 1-2 pitch. Garner with pitch in the dirt, swing and a miss, and he got him. So Furbush gets the job done as we go to the bottom half of the seventh inning, with Seattle leading it 2-1. T-Mobile. And this is the ultimate game changer. On this date in history, Lou Gehrig replaced Wally Pipp and then just never went away. He became the Iron Horse after that. He made Wally Pipp become a verb. Lou Gehrig, your ultimate game changer. Well, we're back in the bottom of the 7th. 2-1, Seattle leads it. T.D. Gregorius having problems on the base paths last inning. Yanks could have had a first and third situation. Nobody out, but they failed to push a run across. Jason Shreve now in the ballgame. Shreve takes over for David Carpenter, who allowed the second run, although it was charged to CeCe. Back in the 6th inning. Shreve gets the delight of facing Robinson Cano, Nelson Cruz, and Kyle Seager potentially here in the bottom of the 7th.
We saw Shreve in last night's ball game pitch a 9th inning, a scoreless 9th. As you see his numbers get better and better as the year is progressing, he's going to get more opportunities like this.
Cano a single and 3 at bats. And Cano foul down the right field line. You mentioned that Cano probably got a little pull happy. I can understand that if you were still at Yankee Stadium, but if you know your bread and butter is using the whole field, wouldn't that, and you did it last year, by the way, hitting at a 314 clip, why wouldn't you do it again? How would that happen?
Well, it's pretty easy to happen. Every hitter goes through some times where, you know what the problem is, and you know how to correct it, and for some reason you get in the game and you can't just settle down and get back into that groove. And sometimes it's that one at bat or that one swing that gets you back on track, whether you're looking for an off-speed pitch and you get a fastball and you're able to rifle it the other way.
Just like that. But right in the sights of Chris Young, one away. Well, follow the New York Yankees all season in 2015 with MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. At Bat is up to the moment and at any moment with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcasts, StatCast, and more. Get MLB.com at Bat for your smartphone or tablet today. Here's Nelson Cruz, a single and a run batted in. Shreve goes off speed and misses 1-0. And a miss away, 2-0.
This is where Shreve can really be valuable for Joe Girardi. I mean, he comes in and gets a lefty out. He actually has better numbers against right-handed hitters, a 170 batting average. So he's not just your typical left-handed specialist that can only pitch a third of an inning.
That's a fastball by Cruz, 2-1. How effective is that change against a right-hander, too, the way it bores away from him?
Well, I think it's a change, and it's also that fastball right there. He's got enough life on it. The right-handed hitters have to respect it. You can't just sit on the changeup.
One pitch to Cruz. Fouled away, 3-2. Cruz hanging in there. On deck is Kyle Seager. Cruz fights that one off. It's a good at bat here. I mean, you look at the way Shreve is handling it so far. Cruz has fought him off on a couple 3-2 pitches. Shreve got to find a way to get one of the top hitters in the American League out, and he did. Pulled the string there. Out number 2.
It's a changeup that you were talking about, Bob, and a good one down middle. Shreve really threw quality pitch after quality pitch. Cruz was able to foul a few of them off. And finally the swing and the miss.
Two away, here's Kyle Seager. Seager struck out a couple times, grounded back to the mound. That was a play in which CeCe got very animated. It ended the 5th inning. Mariners had a couple men aboard, 2 outs, and Seager tried to lay down a bunt on the third base side of the mound, and CeCe threw him out at first. One pitch. And just down the line inside the chalk in left field. And Seager's thinking too, and he's going for second base. Gregorius the tag, and they got him. So Seager got a little ambitious with Young retrieving that ball down the line. It's a single and put it in the books. 7-6. It ends the inning here in the 7th. We take a look at some images of the game brought to you by Yesmo. And as always, Yesmo brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealer. Boyd McClendon got tossed in a very eventful 3rd inning in this one when the Yankees scored their only run of the game. Saw his catcher Mike Zunino sent packing as well. And now we're in the top half of the 8th inning. Mariners lead it 2-1 on the Hyundai scoreboard. And the Mariners have gone to the bullpen again for a right-hander, Carson Smith. He leads the team now with 24 relief appearances. Has held opponents to a 156 batting average. And leading things off here in the 8th will be a pinch hitter for the Yankees. As Garrett Jones takes over and pinch hits for Chris Young. Girardi looking for that lefty on righty matchup. See Jones' numbers on the season: 232, a home run, and 4 runs batted in. The Yankees will have to rally from down 2-1. A shift deployed against Jones. Cano about 6 steps on the outfield grass. And the shortstop Bloomquist on the second base side of the bag. Swing and a miss, and Jones goes down. This copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the New York Yankees and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the New York Yankees. The ovation for Alex hasn't changed from his first to his 4th at bat. He's 0 for 2 with a walk in the 3rd. 11-game hitting streak on the line. And he looks at strike 1. See Jacob Lindgren and Dellin Betances up in the Yankees bullpen. 1 away here, top of the 8th, and a 1-1 to Alex. Smith almost kind of a quick step or a quick pitch to the plate.
He's got a quick delivery down the mound. He's got good movement with the fastball and velocity. And Garrett Jones got a good look at the slider. Having an excellent year setting up for Fernando Rodney, the closer for the Seattle Mariners.
1-2 pitch to Alex. Little breaking ball, and he got him. Second strikeout for Smith.
Well, you can see why his numbers are as good as they are. We'll take a look at the pitch by pitch to Alex Rodriguez. Sinker, velocity, movement. Just misses down and in. Another one fouled off, and then you haven't seen the slider yet. Well, now you do. Strike 3.
Bring up Mark Teixeira. He is 1 for 3 on the night. For Smith, he has struck out 28 in 22 2/3 innings.
The New York Yankees, this is your guy right here, Mark Teixeira, the big grand slam last night. Having an amazing bounce back year, 15 bombs, 40 RBIs. And a fastball count right here.
Gets that one up in the air, but it's shallow right center field. Robbie Cano comes over, and that will do it. So Smith retires the Yankees in order. Taken to the bottom of the 8th. Mariners up by 1. WB Mason postgame. Ryan Rucco is back in our studios with a breakdown of all today's key plays, plus get instant reaction from the players in the clubhouse with Meredith Marakovits. It's all coming up on the WB Mason Yankees postgame, only on Yes. We head to the bottom of the 8th at Safeco Field. Mariners have a 2-1 lead as they try and even the series up at a game apiece. Garrett Jones pinch hit for Chris Young. He will stay in the game in left field. And a new pitcher for the Yankees, the left-hander Jacob Lindgren. He will face the 6, 7, 8 hitters in the Mariners order, making his 4th appearance. 3 1/3 innings, 3 hits allowed. See 2-1 Mariners lead it on the Hyundai scoreboard. They've got Fernando Rodney up in the bullpen to try and close this thing out. First they'll try and extend their lead and give them a little breathing room. Weeks is 0 for 3 tonight. Grounder to short, a strikeout, and a fly ball to left field. See Rodney up in the pen for Seattle. Swing and a miss there, 1-2. Rodney is 14 of 16 in save opportunities this season. Lindgren misses there, 2-2.
We've watched Lindgren a few times in his appearances in the big leagues, and everything moves down and in to the right-handed hitters, whether it's his fastball or his slider. I wonder at some point kind of that evolution of a big league reliever, something moving away from a righty, a fastball with maybe a little bit of a sink, give a hitter a different look. You keep going to the same spot with your fastball and slider, eventually you make a mistake, you're going to get hurt.
Weeks calls timeout. And got him swinging, 1 away.
Goes with the fastball. It has a little bit of a cut, ends in off the plate. Weeks, who gets the opportunity to DH tonight, has nothing to show for it.
And with 1 away, here's Logan Morrison. Extended his hitting streak to 10 games earlier in the game. He then came up with a hit, and that run scored. It's the go-ahead run in the 6th. Pitch swinging to Teixeira at first. Lindgren covering. Will have to race to the bag off the top of his mitt. One of those bang plays. You wonder about his route to the bag, and then he just took his eye off the ball for a brief instant.
Yeah, I think he just took his eye off it. It looked like the throw was good, and then he peeks down to where first base is, and he can't come up with it. Good throw by Mark Teixeira, and he just peaked a little bit early.
3rd error of the night for the Yankees, and they have a man aboard, the Mariners do, with 1 away. Number 8 hitter, Justin Ruggiano. Ruggiano has walked, singled, and struck out swinging. Side step off the mound and a throw to first. Mariners tried to hit and run with Morrison earlier in the game. misses 1-1. Misses again, 2-1. In with a strike, 2-2. Swing and a miss, got him. Out number 2.
Again, everything with that movement in, off the plate, and down. Right-handed hitters, it looks like it's going to be a good pitch to drive, never gets there.
And that brings up the number 9 hitter, Wellington Castillo, who took over for Mike Zunino tonight behind the plate when he was ejected. Castillo singled back in the 6th. And looks at strike 1. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Check of Morrison at first. Check of Morrison again. Morrison over there due to the error by Lindgren. He'd like to get out here and let the Yankees bats go back to work one more time in the top of the 9th. Morrison on the move, and Castillo fouls it away. Does not go this time. Castillo to third. Headley gobbles it up, turns on to first, and a one-hopper to Teixeira. So that will do it here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. Last at bat coming up for the Yankees against the closer for the Mariners, Fernando Rodney. We'll see what happens coming up next. Last chance for the Yankees against the closer for the Mariners, Fernando Rodney. 23rd appearance this season. 14 saves, 2 blown saves. And the Yankees will try to keep him from firing that arrow into the night sky. In this case tonight, it would hit the roof.
Well, 14 for 16 in save opportunities, but the numbers are inflated. A lot of walks. We know he's got the power fastball. He's got an outstanding changeup. He can make things awfully interesting.
He's allowed a run in 7 of his 11 appearances since May 1st. They'll face the 5, 6, 7 hitters in the Yankees lineup. 2-1, the Mariners lead it. Yankees looking for a run to tie. A couple or more to go ahead. They won the opener last night 7-2. And wrap up this series tomorrow afternoon. Chase Headley is grounded to short and to second and struck out swinging. Rodney misses, ball 1. He's behind 2-0. Headley 0 for 1 against Rodney in his career. And in with a strike, 2-1. Two-one pitch. Gets one across on the inside corner, 2-2.
When Rodney is at his best, he can throw that changeup for a strike at any time. He's coming right at Chase Headley. A couple of fastballs up and in.
Misses there, 3-2.
There's that changeup as Carlos Beltran standing on deck. It's about 12, 14 miles an hour off of the fastball. Now, if you're Chase Headley, you got to pick one or the other. Either look for the fastball, sit on the changeup.
3-2, elevates. Headley doesn't chase. Leadoff runner on. Here's Carlos Beltran, 1 for 6 in his career against Rodney. Beltran tonight has a single and 3 at-bats. And Carlos Beltran lifts one out to right field. Nelson Cruz has it, 1 away. Here's Didi Gregorius, took over in the 7th inning. Pinch hitting for Jose Pirela. Came up with a single, but was erased on a base running blunder. John Ryan Murphy followed him up with a single. He was caught between second and third. He fell down and couldn't get back to second base in time. 1 away, Headley on first. Brian McCann coming out to pinch hit on deck. Gregorius looks at strike 1. This is his first career at bat against Rodney.
Well, you know Didi's going to have to answer a lot of questions after the game to the media about what happened when he came around second base in that 7th inning. The Yankees all set up to have a good inning. He obviously here in this at bat would love to do something positive. Give Brian McCann a shot. You have a base running mistake like that, the last thing you want to do is walk up there and think bad thoughts. And 4-6-3, 6-4-3 would be some bad thoughts to end a ball game. So Didi just trying to have a positive at bat here. give one of your hottest hitters who's standing on deck a chance to do something.
See Brian McCann waiting on deck. Got the night off. John Ryan Murphy catching CC Sabathia, but he's on deck to pinch hit. Glorious swing and a miss. Evens it count at 2-2.
It's just such a good pitch and changeup. You can't try to do too much. Gregorius hunting fastball. He doesn't get it. Big swing and a miss.
Let's see if Rodney goes back to that on 2-2. And he does, and he got him. 2 away. Such movement in and then out of the zone, and he gets Gregorius swinging.
Yeah, you're right. There's so much velocity taken off of the fastball and then the movement down and away. You're going to get a lot of weak swings against this pitch.
Yankees down to their last out. And here's Brian McCann. 0 for 2 in his brief career against Fernando Rodney. Not a lot of chances, but he'll try and do something big right here. 1-0. One of the Yankees' hottest hitters over his last 7 games. .333 clip, 4 homers, 8 runs batted in. See Mariners starter Mike Montgomery looking on, and he's in line for his first win in his major league debut.
It's amazing the Yankees faced Felix Hernandez last night and they beat him up for 7 runs. You face a rookie pitcher making his major league debut. 1 run on the board, 6 hits, and 3 errors for the New York Yankees tonight.
Brian McCann to the gap in left center field. Headley's on the run. He'll round second and head to third. So McCann giving him life. The Yankees have runners on the corners with 2 away. Good at bat there by McCann to keep this inning alive as Stephen Drew comes to the plate. Drew, in case you're wondering, 1 for 4 versus Rodney in his career. And tonight he is grounded to second, grounded to first, and flown out to right field.
Well, Stephen Drew is going to get this at bat against Fernando Rodney. Only hitter left on the bench, Flores, the rookie left fielder.
So Headley's at third, McCann's on first, 2 away. And Rodney misses 1-0. On deck, Brett Gardner. He looks at strike 1, 1-1. Gardner has a double in 3 plate appearances tonight. But you got to get there. Drew has the Yankees down to their last strike.
Fernando Rodney turning it loose to 96 on that fastball. After Stephen Drew, you don't know what's coming. Rodney could elevate the fastball. He could go back to that changeup.
Tying run for the Yanks, 90 feet away. 1-2 pitch. Drew to right field, base hit. He'll tie the game up as Headley scores. The runners advancing. Drew a double, second and third. He ties the game. What a big 2-out hit for Stephen Drew.
He said Rodney can make things interesting. Good at bat from McCann, extending the inning. Now Stephen Drew, that's got to do a lot for his confidence right there. Behind in the count, 1-2, able to turn around a fastball, tie this game up. Rodney misses by a whole plate. It's supposed to be away. It ends up middle in. Stephen Drew takes advantage.
Third blown save of the season for Fernando Rodney. And Mike Montgomery was 1 out away from getting a win in his major league debut, and that's not going to happen now with the blown save by Rodney. So a 2-2 tie, runners at second and third. McCann's on third, Drew's at second, and Brett Gardner is the batter. Gardner, decent numbers against Rodney in his career, 2 for 6, hitting .333 against him. And looks at ball 1.
You're Brian McCann at third base. You also have to be ready for that wild pitch. Changeup has all that movement, could very easily end up in the dirt.
This is inside, 2-0. After Gardner, it would be Garrett Jones. Two away, runners at second and third, and a 2-0 pitch coming up to Brett Gardner. Gardner looks at strike 1. Andrew Miller, Dylan Betances, both looking on with interest to see what happens here. Yankees have tied the game on the RBI double by Stephen Drew. Brett Gardner shatters a bat, ground ball first base. Logan Morrison will take it, but the Yankees rally here in the top of the ninth to tie things up against Fernando Rodney. We'll go to the bottom of the ninth. Yankees still with life. Top of the ninth has extended this game to the bottom of the ninth. Fernando Rodney, his third blown save of the season. And now the ball game all tied at 2. For Rodney, he had converted 14 of his previous 16 save opportunities, but not in this one. And now Dylan Betances will take the hill, try to quiet the Mariners in the bottom half of the ninth and take this game to extra innings. 2 runs, 8 hits, 3 errors for the Yankees on the night. 2 runs, 11 hits for the Mariners. Here we are, all tied up at 2. Dylan Betances has been absolutely dominant lately, making his 26th appearance, 47 strikeouts against just 11 walks. And Flashy has been a K machine lately.
47 strikeouts. You have numbers like that, there's really not much to say. We saw him in last night's ball game. Austin Jackson having a night, 4 for 4, 2 doubles, 2 singles, an RBI and a run.
Dylan Betances, he has 3 strikeouts in each of his last 4 appearances. This is there, 3-0.
Dylan had 3 strikeouts in last night's ball game. Looked pretty much unhittable, but quickly behind in the count here, 3-0.
Gets a strike in, 3-1. Jackson's 4 hits tonight, 1 shy of his career high when he had 5 back in April of 2010. He was with the Tigers. That was in a game against the Angels. Betances trying to keep him off the base paths here tonight in the bottom of the 9th. Comes in with a fastball and misses. And the Mariners have their leadoff runner on.
Well, you know when Dylan Betances comes in the ball game, you get another look from above. He comes in the ball game, you're not going to square him up and hit line drive after line drive. You wonder here what the Mariners are going to do. Maybe play a little small ball. See if Austin Jackson's going to try to run. Seth Smith will pinch hit here for Willie Bloomquist. Sacrifice bunt has to be on the Yankees' mind here.
Smith not getting the start, but he comes into this at bat with a 9-game hitting streak, hitting .303 over that span, 4 doubles and a home run. Jackson's on the move. And McCann can't handle it. And he's on second base with a stolen base.
Well, a few things. Jackson gets a great jump. 7 stolen base of the year. It was a first pitch curveball from Betances. Going to be hard for any catcher to receive that and deliver a throw.
And McCann into the game after pinch hitting for John Ryan Murphy.
Third base coach Rich Donnelly's going to have a conversation with Smith, make sure they are on the same page.
If you're Smith, you're a hitter, not a bunter, really. Did you bunt this situation or let him swing away?
Well, you got a few options. You can bunt. You give him a chance maybe to take a shot at trying to pull the baseball. We just know that Dylan gets so many swings and misses.
He misses with that pitch, 1-1. Runner in scoring position for the Mariners against Dylan Betances. He's not allowed an earned run yet this season. And with a strike, 1-2. Third innings, not allowing an earned run so far. And got him right there. Great breaking ball, 1 away.
Well, if you're Joe Girardi now, you got to make a decision at some point. You pitch to Robinson Cano. You have Cruz behind him. Kyle Seager. Dylan Betances looks like he's going to go right after Robinson Cano. Cano only 2 at-bats against Betances, 1 hit.
Bobby Cano is 1 for 4 tonight. Betances in with a breaking ball, strike 1. Struck Cano out last night. Jackson's on second, 1 away. Betances breaking ball in the dirt, 1-1.
Good job by Brian McCann. You mentioned Bob coming in as a pinch hitter. Not real loose behind the plate, but a great job of blocking the curveball, keeping it in front, keeping Jackson at second base. Betances looks a lot more comfortable with his curveball than he does with his fastball tonight.
It's a fastball by Cano, 1-2.
Maybe he's starting to feel a little more comfortable with the heater. 99 and elevated.
One-two pitch to Cano. Swing and a miss, and he got it. 98 miles per hour. Out number 2.
Take a look at the pitch by pitch to Robinson Cano. First pitch curveball for a strike. Throw another one down in the dirt. Good play by McCann. Up and in, Bayou. And that's called a finished fastball up in the zone. Right by Robinson Cano.
That helps keep the Mariners so far in this game 2 for 13 with runners in scoring position. Here's a guy who can get runs home in a hurry, Nelson Cruz. Betances, a little chopper, it's up the middle, Gregorius across, and they got him. So nice defensive play there. Betances gets the job done. Strands another runner in scoring position. 11 men left on base for the Mariners tonight. We have extra innings coming up on Yes After Dark. Mariners and Yankees all tied at 2. Let's take a look at a little game recap. Back in the 3rd inning, Mark Teixeira comes up with a big double to score Brett Gardner and give the Yankees the lead. Nelson Cruz helps tie the ball game up with a base hit scoring Austin Jackson, who's been on base 5 times tonight. And then 6th inning, Jackson, the go-ahead run off David Carpenter, charged to CC Sabathia. But then 9th inning, Yankees get to the closer, Fernando Rodney, down to their final out. And Stephen Drew with an RBI double to tie the game at 2. That's where we stand here in Seattle, game 2 of this 3-game series. Top of the 10th inning. Keep in mind that the Yankees have already gotten to 4 different relievers. It brings in Tom Wilhelmsen. 11th game for him. He is not allowed a run since returning from the DL on May 9th. That's a run of 9 1/3 innings. Mariners are no strangers to close games. They are 13-10 in 1-run games. Yankees are 7-8. They also, this is their American League leading 9th extra inning game. Brad Miller has taken over at short for Willie Bloomquist. They have the shift on for Garrett Jones. Jones pinch hit for Chris Young back in the 8th and stayed in the game and left. Yanks have done a nice job evening this game up, despite the 3 errors they've had in this game and the base running blunder by Didi Gregorius back in the 7th inning. 2, 3, 4 hitters in the Yankees order in this inning for Wilhelmsen. Garrett Jones beating the shift as he sneaks a ball by Kyle Seager. Yankees have the leadoff runner on here in the top of the 10th. Really kind of dropped the bat head on it, got it past Seager.
Well, you can see the big smile on Garrett Jones' face, and he just stays inside and slaps it the other way, just out of the reach of Seager. Yankees set up here in the 10th inning.
That is Jones' second hit in 3 tries against Wilhelmsen. As for Alex Rodriguez, 0 for 1 in his career against him, and 0 for 3 tonight with a walk. Garrett Jones on first with a leadoff single. And Alex can't check his swing, 0-1.
Alex gets a chance to extend that hitting streak here in extra innings.
Wilhelmsen misses away, 1-1. Fouling that one back.
Alex taking a little stroll around home plate. He just got a pitch to hammer. Fouled it straight back. Hanging breaking ball middle up.
The 1-2 pitch. It's another breaking ball. Ahead of that one, it fouls it away. Jones on first with a leadoff single here in the top of the 10th. 1-2 pitch to Alex. Fastball stays alive by fouling it off into the seats. Mark Teixeira waits on deck. Lifts one out to left field. Ruggiano will have it, one away. That'll bring up Mark Teixeira, who is grounded to second base, doubled, and knocked in a run in the third, struck out looking, and popped to second base. An RBI double, his 40th run batted in of the season. With Jones on first, they can't really do the full shift. Shortstop moves over near second base. A swing and a miss, strike one. Ball misses, 1-1. Teixeira, of course, homered last night off Felix Hernandez in the 5th inning, a grand slam that broke the game open. The Yankees won it 7-2. They battled back to tie it at 2 in the top of the 9th. Now here we are in the top of the 10th.
Top of the 10th, not really a whole lot for Joe Girardi to do. Jones has not run very well at first. And the heart of your lineup. Hoping for one big swing at the bat again for Mark Teixeira, who's really having a nice year.
About a third of the way through the season, already 15 home runs. So you can imagine if he can stay healthy, what that would project out to be, 40, 45 home runs. Hitters count, 2-1 pitch coming up. Wilhelmsen misses, 3-1. Chase Headley is on deck. Headley walked and scored the tying run of the ninth. Sheriff fouling that one straight back, 3-2. The infield has moved for the Mariners into shift position for Teixeira. Knows more to right field. The shortstop is in his spot at second base, and then you see Seager over at the shortstop position. Three-two pitch. And it's a miss by Wilhelmsen and a one-out walk, so runners will be at first and second for the Yanks with one away, and Chase Headley coming to the plate. Andrew Miller, the Yankees closer, up in the bullpen. Justin Wilson alongside. For Headley, a ground ball to short and second, a strikeout, and again that walk that I mentioned leading off the top of the ninth. He scored on the Drew double. Get these opportunities like last night, you have to capitalize. Two aboard, a runner in scoring position. Headley, hot shot to first base. Logan Morrison struggling with it, and he won't beat Headley to the bag. Headley safe, bases loaded, one out.
Logan Morrison cannot believe it, and Chase Headley and the Yankees will take it. Headley hits this ball hard right at Morrison, makes the play. Then he's thinking about cutting down Mark Teixeira at second base. Can't get the ball out of his glove, and it's a foot race to the bag. And Rocket makes the play. Now can't get a handle. Then he loses the foot race going over to first base.
And you could see he thought about flipping to Wilhelmsen, but he didn't even cover.
Nowhere to be found.
That's a mistake there by the pitcher, and now it's bases loaded, one out. You can see the frustration on Morrison's face. Carlos Beltran has faced Wilhelmsen one time in his career. He's 0 for 1. Has a single and 4 at bats tonight. Yankees threatening, bases loaded, one away here at the top of the 10th. And ball one.
If you're Beltran here, you're just thinking, I have to find a way to get this baseball up in the air. Stay away from the ground ball. Numbers with the bases loaded, 11 grand slams.
Looks at ball two. He's letting Wilhelmsen do the damage himself here. Jones is on third, Teixeira second, and Headley on first. One away and a hitter's count, 2-0 to Beltran. Looks at strike one.
Every good hitter that you see that has good numbers with the bases loaded, they realize the pitcher is in more trouble than you are. They're feeling the heat just a little bit more, really zone in. Look for a pitch middle in, look for it out over the plate, up, whatever it is. Stick with your game plan and put a good swing on it.
2-1 pitch. Beltran fouls it off, and that looked painful. Count is 2-2.
You can see Carlos has that protective guard on his right ankle and shin.
trying to walk this one off.
Ooh, right off the top of the foot.
The flap on the shin guard was actually up, the portion covering the shoe. All right, we'll see how he handles that. Bounces back here. 2-2 pitch coming up. Bases loaded. 1 out. Just flicks that one and stays alive.
Good job right there. Tough pitch. Just fouled it off. Give yourself another chance. See if you can get a mistake. That's a pitcher's pitch just off the plate. Nice job spoiling it.
Spoiling a breaking ball there. Yanks with the bases loaded. 1 out, top of the 10th. Beltran chopper up the middle. Cano flipped to second, on to first. And a double play, and the Mariners get out of it. A bases loaded 1 out situation. Beltran grounds into a double play, and that does it here on the top of the 10th. Wilhelmsen and the Mariners avoid damage there. We go to the bottom of the 10th, tied at 2. Bases loaded, and Carlos Beltran at the plate trying to do some damage here and give the Yanks the lead. Instead, it's a 4-6-3 double play ground ball, and you see Logan Morrison pumped at first. And Beltran grounding into the double play. That ended the top half of the inning. Bailed out Tom Wilhelmsen, who allowed a couple singles and a walk. But his teammates got him out of it. Now we head to the bottom half of the 10th inning. And the pitcher for the Yankees is Justin Wilson. Will face the 5, 6, 7 hitters in the Mariners lineup. Kyle Seager will lead things off here in the bottom of the 10th. Seager's been whiffed a couple times. Ground ball back to the mound, and then a single, but tried to get a little too aggressive and was thrown out at second base. Misses high, 1-0. Justin Wilson appeared in yesterday's Yankees win. That was his 25th appearance of the season. Had a perfect inning of work. In with strike 1, 1-1.
Seager with the 9 home runs, 29 RBIs. Swinging it well against left-handed pitching this year. Plenty of power, one swing of the bat.
Swing and a miss, 1-2. One out to left field. Garrett Jones is over to get it. Leadoff runner on here in the bottom of the 10th for Kyle Seager, his second hit of the game.
Well, when you think of Kyle Seager, you think of a guy who had a breakthrough year last year, hitting all those home runs. You watch him, he is a complete hitter. Left on left, kind of that abbreviated swing, and just slaps it the other way.
That brings up the DH, Ricky Weeks, 0 for 4 tonight. Round out, a couple strikeouts and a fly ball to left field. He has faced Wilson 5 times in his career, gone 1 for 5 against him.
Ricky Weeks going to go talk about it with Rich Donnelly, the third base coach. Think of Weeks' days back with the Milwaukee Brewers, more of a slugging type player, not much of a situational hitter. Seager does not run well, as 1 stolen base has been thrown out 3 times. Chase Headley on the grass, you got to be respecting the possibility of a sacrifice bunt.
He does square. Little pop back to the mound. Wilson, a diving catch. Regroups and gets it to first. What a brilliant double play. Wilson, the diving catch, the double clutch, and he still was able to double Seager off first.
One of the issues when you ask a player who hasn't done a lot of sacrifice bunting in their career to do it, a lot of times it doesn't work out. And a great play by Wilson, an athletic play. Getting off the mound, laying out. Now the concern is he 100% healthy. Great reactions, the pop-up, lays out, then regroups and is able to advance it over to Drew for the double play. Not a good job by Weeks and a great play by Wilson.
We'll give a little credit to Stephen Drew there as well. Nice little pick out of the dirt for the double play. Just giving Wilson a little time to regroup there, I think. Maybe got a little wind knocked out of him. Anyway, just like that, 2 outs here, bottom of the 10th.
Another look at it. Weeks working underneath the ball, just laying out Wilson. Great play.
What made that play even better, he fell off to the third base side and then regrouped to make the catch. 2 away. Here's Logan Morrison. 2 singles and 4 at-bats tonight. Little chopper, second base. It'll be the shortstop Gregorius coming over, and that'll do it. But Justin Wilson helping himself in a big way here at the bottom of the 10th. A fine defensive play. Let's take it to the 11th, tied at 2. Our Yankees, presented by Pepsi. Yankees rallying down 2-1 with 2 outs in the top of the ninth. Stephen Drew an RBI double, and it evens the game up. We're headed to the top of the 11th here at Safeco. All tied at 2. Yankees threatened against reliever Tom Wilhelmsen in the top of the 10th. They got the bases loaded, 1 out. Carlos Beltran grounded into a double play. Leading things off here in the 11th, D.D. Gregorius. Well, Flash, take one more look at that. The diving play, he may have done something to his thumb.
Looked like he was fine out on the mound, but when he gets in the dugout, trainer Stevie Donahue taking a look at maybe a problem with the thumb on his throwing hand.
Gregorius base hit. He led off the 7th with a base hit, and now he's a leadoff runner here in the 11th. 2 hits for Didi. Let's take another look at that catch. Really excellent stuff.
Full extension.
You see the left hand on the ground. Maybe that's where it came in.
He rolled over on it right there.
The double clutch and then the throw. And Drew, really a nice catch with that ball coming off the grass. Gregorius aboard on the leadoff single, and Brian McCann, who took over and pinch hit earlier for John Ryan Murphy, is the batter. When you get to extra innings like this, you battled, you know your bullpen is getting worn down. You get into that mentality as a hitter of one swing will win it.
You try not to, but everybody on that Yankee bench is thinking, you know, we have a guy up there who's been swinging a hot bat, showing some power lately. You're better off thinking about small ball, maybe the possibility of running, stealing a bag.
Didi on first, they can't shift against McCann.
It's a good point, Bob, because it's so hard to do when you walk up there. You want to be the hero. One swing of the bat. Get your closer in the ball game.
McCann, hot shot to shortstop. Miller steps on the bag on the first, double play. Wilhelmsen's dodging some bullets here.
Brian McCann looking back at the big video board, and what he sees is a hot shot. Right at Miller, takes it himself, finishes off the play. Brian McCann just hit the ball hard at bat after at bat. Gregorius goes in with the hard slide.
And 2 away, and here's Stephen Drew. His RBI double in the ninth tied this ball game up. Drew 5 homers, 16 runs batted in on the season. Take a look at who's available. Flash, you mentioned this earlier. Just the rookie Ramon Flores is left on the bench. Drew holds off on the swing, 1-1. Well,
Stephen Drew has been waiting to get hot. Obviously, the number's not where he wants them. You wonder that big base hit to tie it up will do a lot for his confidence moving forward.
Fouls out, 1 away, 1-2. One-two pitch to Drew. Breaking ball misses in, 2-2. Wilhelmsen usually doesn't go more than 2 innings in relief. This is his second inning of work. 2-2 pitch to Drew. Base hit right field. Drew with the second straight hit in this ball game, and the Yankees are still alive here in the top of the 11th with 2 away. Stephen Drew, after coming up empty in his first 3 at bats, has doubled, knocked in a run, and now singled here in the 11th, and flipped the lineup over back to Brett Gardner at the top. His 6th at bat of the night coming up. A double, a walk, and a run scored back at the 3rd. And looks at strike 1. Gardner, 1-1. Check on Drew, and Wilhelmsen has kind of slowed this game down a little bit. Gardner laces one to the gap in left center field. Drew rounds, heading for 3rd. Gardner's got a 2-out double, and the Yankees have runners at 2nd and 3rd with 2 away. Give him at bat, or credit these at bats. They're just not going away.
Drew gets a big 2-out hit. Now Brett Gardner comes up there and stays inside, drives it the other way. Yankees just have that feeling, get on the board and try to get your closer in the ball game.
Well, that will do it for Wilhelmsen as they go to the bullpen once again. We'll step aside for a moment with the Yankees threatening in the top of the 11th. Beimel making his 13th appearance of the season. He's allowed 7 hits, 5 walks, and struck out 7 in 11 1/3 innings. Eight of his last 11 outings have been scoreless. Yankees are threatening here with 2 on, runners at 2nd and 3rd, and 2 outs. So far in this game, the Yankees 3 for 10 with runners in scoring position. Bible, one of 2 relievers left in the bullpen. Take a look, the last one standing, Dominic Leone. Bible in to face the lefty Garrett Jones. It's like a lonely man out there.
Last man standing, and Garrett Jones gets an opportunity. Has faced Bible a few times, 2 for 7. Gets a lefty reliever.
Drew is on third, Gardner on second. 2-out single and then a double by Gardner, and Yankees are trying to break through here, then hand the ball over to Andrew Miller and try to get a second straight win here in Seattle. First things first, getting a run across with 2 away. Garrett Jones looks at ball 2. On deck, Alex Rodriguez. Two-0 pitch to Jones. Drilled to right center field. Nelson Cruz going back. Austin Jackson going back. Nobody's getting that one. Garrett Jones, a huge 3-run home run, and the Yankees have taken the lead 5-2.
A lot of excitement in that Yankee dugout, and the Yankees getting contributions from a couple of guys who haven't had the best starts to their season. Garrett Jones' second home run, a 3-run shot. Stephen Drew able to tie it up earlier in this ball game.
And here's Alex Rodriguez. Bible giving up a 3-run shot. Jones just went down and got it, Flash.
Well, he went down and got a fastball, middle down, and a fastball count. Obviously, it makes it a lot easier when you can get ahead, look for one pitch, and when he got it, he didn't miss it.
1 pitch to A-Rod, misses 1-1, and what a great story and great moment for him. A guy just trying to get some reps, some at-bats. Hard to do with Teixeira at first. Young and Gardner, Beltran in the outfield. They took full advantage there. Hitters count, 3-run shot. Yanks have the 5-2 lead.
This would be one of those wins, Bob, you would feel so good about. Obviously coming back, but a couple of guys who got the big hits for you. Stephen Drew has had issues all year long offensively. Garrett Jones got off to a very slow start. Now he's starting to heat up.
Rodriguez fouls that one back, 2-2. Boy, some big 2-out hits in this game for the Yankees. Stephen Drew in the 9th to tie it. Then Garrett Jones. Loud noises out to right center. And he gives the Yanks the lead. Has worked his count to 3-2. Drew in this game, a double, a run batted in, a run scored, a couple big hits. And ground ball to short, Miller with a backhand. And on to first, and that will do it. But the Yankees take the lead here in the top half of the 11th inning. Garrett Jones just going down and getting one. Puts it where nobody's bringing it back. Yankees lead at 5-2. Miller coming in to try and close it out. On top 5-2 with a 3-run home run off Joe Beimel. Defensively, he has moved over to right field to take the place of Carlos Beltran, and the rookie Ramon Flores has gone into left. He and Stephen Drew, Jones and Stephen Drew, late in this game, providing big sparks offensively. Drew, with 1 out left for the Yankees in this ball game, doubles to score a run and tie it. And then Garrett Jones, a big 2-out, 3-run home run to give the Yankees the lead and get the ball to their closer, Andrew Miller. See Ramon Flores in left. And here's Andrew Miller. 23rd appearance, 15 of 15 in save opportunities. He'll face the 8-9-1 hitters. Justin Ruggiano leading things off here in the bottom of the 11th. Ruggiano has walked, singled, and struck out a couple times. And Miller in with a strike, 0-2. You
mentioned the big hits, and rightfully so, Bob, but the bullpen for the Yankees again doing a solid job.
Swing and a miss. Out number 1. Boy, Miller, a strikeout machine, just like Dellin Betances for Miller. Struck out at least 2 batters in 11 of his 22 appearances.
Didn't waste any time. Came right at him early with a fastball, finished him with a slider. And again, it's Shreve, Lindgren, Betances, Wilson, now Miller. Throwing up some zeros.
5 1/3 innings of work, they hope, is what it will be after CC Sabathia went 5 2/3 tonight. And if they can hold on and get this win, it takes Sabathia off the hook as well. Charged with a couple runs in this one. Looked like he might suffer his 3rd straight loss, but that's not the case. 1 away here, bottom of the 11th. Wellington Castillo on an 0-1 pitch. Miller right at that back foot, misses 1-1. Miller misses again inside, 2-1. Hot shot, third base, and under the glove of Chase Headley. That's out into left field, and Castillo is aboard with a 1-out single here in the bottom of the 11th.
Well, Castillo didn't even get the start in this game. Zunino gets thrown out. Castillo comes in late, picks up a couple of hits, just out of the reach of Chase Headley.
Back to the top of the lineup, and Austin Jackson, who has had a tremendous night. 4 hits. He's been on base all 5 times. He also walked, has a stolen base, and a run scored. And looks at ball 1. Like to get a double play ball and end this here, not have to get down into the heart of that order. Allow the Mariners to tie this game up. Misses again, 2-0.
Take a little stroll around the mound, regroup a little bit. 3-run lead, obviously, last thing you want to do is fall behind in counts.
Miller in with a strike, 2-1. Yankees have had a couple double plays tonight. Brad Miller is on deck. He misses 3-1. pitch way inside and actually hit him. So that really is way inside.
Well, it's the last thing you want to do if you're Andrew Miller is walk somebody or even hit somebody. Clearly struggling a little bit here with his control.
Been way inside to a lot of these hitters so far. So one out, runners at first and second. And now Brad Miller, who took over on defense after Seth Smith pinch hit. Miller on the season at .226. And starts him off with a strike. Swing there, 1-1. Miller gets one into the air. Didi Gregorius will go back and have it 2 away. Mariners down to their final out. So an interesting matchup now with 2 away and 2 on. Robinson Cano, the former Yankee, against one of the newer Yankees in Andrew Miller.
Robinson Cano 1 for 12 against Andrew Miller.
He has also struck out a couple times tonight. Cano ground ball past Gregorius at short. Wellington Castillo waved around. He will score. And it's 5-3. So the Mariners stay alive with 2 outs, get a run back, and it brings up Nelson Cruz.
Robinson Cano started this game out early on against Sabathia trying to pull. Second half of the game, he's been going the other way. You're the Seattle Mariners. You got your man up at the plate. Nelson Cruz having a big year. An opportunity to do something late in the ball game.
18 home runs, his 39th run batted in of the season coming tonight. Now with 2 aboard, 1 swing of the bat. Give the Mariners a win. Miller's got his work cut out for him, and he starts him off with a strike.
Only a few at bats. Nelson Cruz 1 for 3 against Andrew Miller.
Jackson's at second, Cano at first. 0-1 pitch to Cruz. And he checks his swing, 1-1.
Yankees trying to get a little help from the first base umpire, Will Little. Mike DeMuro behind the plate not giving it.
Miller's 1-1 pitch. Fastball, 97 in for strike 2. What does that set up now? What's your thought process for a pitch?
Brian McCann's going to go out and talk to him about it. Obviously, you're in the driver's seat. Whatever you throw here, make it be off the plate. Slider down and in at his back foot if you want to go there. You can elevate a fastball out of the zone. You can go fastball in. A lot of options.
1-2 pitch. Tries to bury one, and Nelson does an offer at it. 2-2. Big moment after Garrett Jones hit the 3-run home run to put the Yankees up 5-2. They get a run back. 2-2 pitch coming up to Nelson Cruz from Andrew Miller. And a swing and a miss. Miller got him. 16th save of the season. He erases the threat of Cruz. And Garrett Jones comes up big with a 3-run home run to help the Yankees get a 5-3 win in 11 innings. Boy, what a monumental strikeout there of Nelson Cruz, one of the top hitters in the American League.
Well, if you're a Seattle Mariner fan, that's the opportunity you wanted up there. Your best offensive player with a chance to make something special happen. But Andrew Miller locks down a slider off the plate inside. It's a big swing and a miss. The Yankees show a nice little excitement after a comeback win. Garrett Jones, a big 3-run bomb.
What a big spot for him. 2 big hits for him late in this game. 2 big hits for Stephen Drew as well. So the Yankees rally to win this one 5-3 in 11. Flash and I will wrap things up from here in just a moment. But right now, let's go to Ryan Ruocco with what's coming up on the postgame.